So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all have found your way to the Helsinki Hall. Unfortunately, we were not meeting again in the Hall B, and unfortunately, it was not announced in the program that we have the change of the rooms, but still we have one in the other building, and if there are people coming later, so he will bring them to us. But happy to see you here after a long day yesterday, after a long evening and a wonderful concert, to be here again. And today is the first day of our conference where we have two tracks. We had the first day and the second day together with the ENRS, and then we have, as you have seen, we have a quite diverse program with workshops, conference offers, but also some walks, and I'm happy to see those here who are interested in a proper international conference and in panel discussions. As you know, our focus of the conference, and especially of this day, is the whole question around human rights, the grassroots level movement, the dynamics of the Helsinki process from below. So this is the focus of our whole day, and the idea of planning this day was that we do it a little bit historically, that we are looking in the first panel from, let's say, a little bit from the time and the context and how does it came that human rights, that the civil rights movements, that the actors from below were getting power and were empowered to use the Helsinki Final Act. So the first panel will be a little bit more historical. Then the second one is for the Helsinki groups. This is also something which is not really explored until now in research. So we know, of course, about some Helsinki groups, but there is not enough research about that. And we are very happy that we will have a panel about the Helsinki groups, with combining research and also actors from the Helsinki period, and also political actors which were not only active in the Helsinki groups, but with the long life-standing activities till today. And then the last panel, which we are offering today, is the outlook and the future, or the lessons we would like to learn or take from Helsinki in our current world. So this is, let's say, the idea of our International Conference Day of today. And we thought also that it would be good to have in the beginning also a perspective which was not included yesterday in our religious panel. We had already the religious panel yesterday afternoon, and in the afternoon we had researchers who are exploring religion and different dimensions of religions from an academic perspective. So we had an academic panel about that. But this conference should also connect different kind of people, not only academics, but also actors, but also eyewitnesses and people from the different organizations, from the different civil society groups. And therefore we had the idea to invite two representatives of one of the main civil society actors of today, the churches. We had them yesterday as well. And I'm very happy that you both accepted to come to the conference and share with us some thoughts about the role of the churches in the whole Helsinki process, but also maybe some lessons which can be learned for the world today. And it's also because this is not an insider church conference, it's quite an open one. So I think for some, it's also very interesting to get an idea about the mission of the church in a divided world, if it was the Cold War world and the division of Europe in East and West, or if it is the world of today, which is also divided and also facing a brutal war. So that was the idea behind, and I'm very happy to have two speakers, welcome speakers, who have a little bit more time to explore some ideas about their churches. And I'm warmly welcoming Reverend Frank-Dieter Fischberg. He is General Secretary of the Conference of European Churches. Unfortunately, I discovered in the program that the name of the Conference of European Churches is not correctly written. So the organization is Conference of European Churches. And it is an institution which was founded in the Cold War period, and in some ways the founding of the Conference of the European Churches is also a child of the Détente policy, as I would say. It was founded in 1959 in Denmark, and the aim was to bring together church representatives of Eastern and Western Europe and to enable and create a space where they can meet together and confess their faith in a divided Europe. The Conference of European Churches has, till today, I think 115 churches who are member churches, and it's their Orthodox, Anglican, and different Protestant churches included in the Conference of European Churches. So I give you first the word, and I very warmly welcome you here. Please come here on the place and.
Thank you very much. Your Eminences, Excellencies, dear organizers of this conference, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting the Conference of European Churches to greet your conference. It is with great pleasure that I convey the greetings of the President of CEC, Archbishop Nikitas of Thyatira and Great Britain from the Ecumenical Patriarchate. I regret that I'm not able to attend the whole conference, but I hope that I will be able to read many of the contributions afterwards. The theme of your conference not only forms part of CEC's founding history, but it makes up its heartbeat to this day. Founded, as we already heard, in 1959, the Conference of European Churches today unites 115 member churches from across Europe, spanning countries such as Armenia and Georgia to Belgium, from Iceland, Italy, and Ireland, as well as the Ecumenical Patriarchate in Constantinople, Istanbul, in Turkey. Our churches belong to the Anglican, Old Catholic, Protestant, Oriental Orthodox, and Orthodox denominations. The Conference of European Churches likes to refer to the Helsinki Final Act, as it sees it as a pan-European document and a common political process that embodies bridge building and cohesion in Europe, which aligns with CEC's vision and mission, as if we were brothers and sisters in spirit. However, the relationship between CEC and the Helsinki process is more ambivalent than one might think. I myself discovered this through the publications of Professor Dr. Kunter and from conversations with contemporaries such as Lawrence Hoggebrink from the Protestant Church in Netherlands. After 1945, in the time of the bloc building and the so-called Cold War, the churches, especially those in Western Europe, were faced with the controversy of how they should relate to Europe and its political organization. Some viewed the integration in West Europe and the establishment of the European Coal and Steel Community in 1952 as a step towards peace and reconciliation, a process which the churches should endorse. Others feared that this development to the Western Europe would widen and cement the division in Europe. For example, as early as the second half of the 1960s, CEC was influenced by an initiative to promote a conference on European security for all over Europe. This initiative had its origin in Soviet politics and strategy. In a sense of European security, CEC supported the policy of détente in Europe and welcomed the Helsinki Final Act and its initiatives for peace and disarmament. However, CEC must acknowledge today that in focusing on détente between the two political blocs during this period, it overlooked the plight of dissidents and the oppression and restrictions faced by Christians and churches in the Eastern Bloc. despite having sufficient contacts, indications, information and calls to advocate on their behalf, the CEC failed to act. The reflection was that an engagement for the dissidents might harm and endanger the détente between East and West. One of my predecessors as CEC General Secretary, Jean Fischer, clearly apologized for this failure at the Prague CEC Assembly in 1992, but this wasn't reflected in the main messages in this assembly. Nevertheless, within the framework of the so-called Basket 3 of the Helsinki Act on Human Rights, groups had been formed in Central and Eastern Europe, including active Christians who campaigned for human rights, including freedom of religion and belief, and were persecuted for doing so. And I'm very thankful and moved by the live music we heard yesterday evening coming from this time, this process, and these groups. The Conference of European Churches today remains committed to the themes of peace and coexistence in Europe. Since 2022, one focus area has been on Russia's war against Ukraine. With our Pathway to Peace initiative, we encourage our member churches to explore the concept of just peace, which has gained prominence with ecumenism in recent decades. But what does just peace mean when a country is invaded militarily? From the outset, it has been essential for CEC that this discussion takes place together with the churches of Ukraine. We are very grateful indeed to be in continuous dialogue with the various churches in Ukraine, the two Orthodox churches, the Greek Catholic Church, the Catholic Church, and Protestant churches. This dialogue is not only taking place at the level of church leadership, but also with theologians and academics, institutions and initiatives and students. Joint projects with a civil society character are now emerging as a result and next step. In other words, one might say that these projects reflect the civil society action that grew out of the Helsinki Final Act. In the dialogue on just peace with representatives of Ukraine, we were told several times that just peace must include speaking the truth, telling the truth, in a time of false and fake news, in a time when by some governments the aggressor is not named aggressor. This must be also part of the understanding of just peace, and we might understand it as a reminder of the Helsinki Final Act, the demand for human rights and freedom, the freedom and the right to witness the truth. Without this, our dialogue partners in Ukraine tell us there will be no just and lasting peace. The war against Ukraine and the global geopolitical changes we are facing this year, as well as the societal changes with the polarization in our societies, which we have experienced in Europe in recent years, all this have made the issues of peace, coexistence, and freedom in Europe newly urgent. This raises a question of whether a renewed form of the Helsinki process can be launched that once again prioritizes peace, détente, demilitarization, and the protection of individual rights, and therefore freedom, and pursues these goals in a concrete political and societal manner. For example, as we enter a new area of rearmament, shouldn't we also make a renewed call for treaties that define, guarantee, and monitor disarmament? Every weapon that is produced to kill a human being means we have failed as human beings. Moreover, we need the financial resources so much for other urgent tasks in our societies. With the global geopolitical changes, a renewed Helsinki process might pursue the question what Europe is about today and shall be in the future in a very different different and difficult political context, in which the transatlantic partnership seems to fade away and in which Europe has to become much more independent and self-determined. But what does this entail for politics, civil society, and also churches? After all, it would be interesting to consider what such a discussion on the future of Europe could look like and how it could be initiated, which would also have to include voices from Ukraine, but then also from Belarus and Russia and other states and societies which are right now polarized between a pro-European conviction and a nationalistic or Russian-related attitude. These were few brief remarks highlight the potential that lies in commemorating 50 years of the Helsinki Final Act and the importance of your conference in addressing this topic at this time. As Conference of European Churches, we will be following the contributions and results of your conference closely, and we would like to continue the dialogue with you beyond the conference. Thank you once again for your kind invitation, and I wish you continued and productive discussions and God's blessing for you and all your work. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Maybe you take a seat here. And we had also a short discussion that after the second greeting, there is also possibility to raise some questions if you have. But maybe you take a seat there, and then I'm just introducing. Thank you very much. And also greetings to the Conference of European Churches. I'm coming now to our second welcome speech. And of course, first we had the European perspective, but we are here with our conference in Finland and we are in Helsinki and we are talking and discussing about the Helsinki Final Act. And therefore, we also see that the churches have in this country, in Finland, have and had a special position. And Finland in that time was a motor, as we learned, for the Helsinki process, but in that time also was a very different Finland as it is today. It was neutral, it was something in between East and West, and it had to find, let's say, a way between the Nordic welfare state, between a modern European state, but also to pay attention of the neighbor in the East and come to terms, let's say, with a difficult political situation as a neutral country. Some historians like to describe this special position of Finland as part of Finlandization, even if this is problematic and if we should discuss it more closely. But also in this whole process and different situation of Finland in the 1960s and 70s, especially the churches had a significant role. And as Finland is mostly a Lutheran country, this applies to the Lutheran Evangelical Church of Finland. There are also some specific challenges, or were always some specific challenges for the Lutheran churches in Finland, as a part of the Lutheran churches were in the Soviet Union, the Ingrid churches, but then, of course, in a special geopolitical situation. But then also on the other side, what to say in such a situation where you are neutral and where you are a church, and as the Lutherans have more this, let's say, this approach to divide between the secular speaking and the religious speaking, so then even take a responsible position. So maybe this is not correct, but we will hear something more. But just to frame a little bit the challenges for the church in that situation. So I'm very happy that Kaiser Maria Hintikka, the bishop, unfortunately we do not have it here on our screen. She's the bishop of the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Finland and the Diocese of Espoo, but she is also a church historian and has written her dissertation about the churches in the Cold War. So she is an expert on both sides to explain us about the situation and the yeah, let's say the mission and also the challenges of the churches in the Helsinki process, but also with the perspective of today. So I'm very happy that you accepted to come, and please correct my my rough sketch of the situation of the Finnish Lutheran Church. A very warm welcome, and we are happy to have you here.
Thank you, Katarina. And no, I'm not going to correct anything. Don't worry. I'm not going to the doctrine of the two realms, which is very dear to us Lutherans. But I'm not going to deal with that today. But good morning, good friends. It's very good to be here. It's good to see you all. And from my present ministry, it's wonderful to be back, at least briefly, to academic surroundings. But dear friends, dear participants of the International Conference of the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act, I am grateful and honored for this opportunity to greet you at the beginning of the third conference day on this rainy morning. And I think it's good to be here too, as we are searching for the spirit of Helsinki then and now. And at the same time, I bring you the warm greetings from the Archbishop of Finland, Dr. Tapio Luoma, who unfortunately were not able to be with you today. But as Katarina said, I'm a church historian. That's why I would like to invite you to look back. If we turn our heads or minds to the end of March 1970, a small group of men, a real all-male panel, gathered at the church-owned conference center close to the city of Turku, a bit less than 200 kilometers northwest from here. The meeting was the first theological consultation between the Evangelical Lutheran Church and the Russian Orthodox Church. Years later, one of the Finnish participants described how strange and even difficult it was to shake hands with Russians, because the last encounter he had with a Russian was at the war front, at the battlefront, decades before. Well, only 20 years before that, their meeting. The Finnish-Russian Lutheran Orthodox dialogue served for years as a détente in the sphere of church relations between the two neighboring countries. And I think it's here important to understand that at the beginning of the dialogue in the early 1970s, more than 90% of Finnish population belonged to the Lutheran Church. So we are not just talking about a church, we're talking about a church that had an understanding that it was representing the Finnish people, Volkschurch, as we like to call them here in the Nordic countries. The contact between the Finns and the Moscow Patriarchate were established as early as in the first part of the 1960s. The preparations of the dialogue were led with a firm hand and vision under the leadership of Archbishop Martti Simojoki of Finland. His original vision was that the nature of the dialogue was a doctoral discussion concentrating on the content of Christian faith. Besides this, one of the main goals for the Finns was to build connections with the persecuted small Lutheran churches and congregations in the Soviet Union, that is those in Ingria, Karelia, Estonia, and Latvia. As such, the beginning of the Finnish-Russian theological consultation followed the ecumenical ethos of its time in the mid-1960s, created by the Second Vatican Council. But the Finnish-Russian dialogue had, however, another dimension as well. At the insistence of the KGB, the representatives of the Moscow Patriarchate wanted to include a theme of peace, practically in every round of the dialogue until the end of the 1980s. Under these circumstances, the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Finland has had to strike a balance between the ecumenical idealism and the geopolitical realism. And indeed, there has been a long-going argument about how to interpret the nature of the Finnish-Russian dialogue. Was it purely theological one, or how should we understand the theme of peace running throughout the dialogue meetings? It is good to understand that no encounter between churches ever takes place in a vacuum, but rather in interaction with the historical, political, cultural factors of the time. And this was also the case of the Lutheran Orthodox Finnish-Russian dialogue. Despite the political constraints of the consultation, the dialogue fostered friendship and enabled to deepen genuine understanding between the two churches. It therefore had also a real significance in terms of reconciliation, détente, and ecumenical processes. But in 2014, the landscape changed. After the Russian occupation of Crimea, no official dialogue meeting have taken place between the Finnish Lutheran and the Russian Orthodox churches. Russian illegal invasion of Ukraine in February 2022 came as granted. That was friendship building, peace building, mutual understanding was ruined in overnight. The reaction was quick and united for the Finns. The friendly relations with Russians were abandoned, and as was Finland's military non-alignment. Finland joined NATO and became strongly supporting Ukraine's defense against the illegal invader. The connections between the Moscow Patriarchate turned from cooperation to criticizing its role as Putin's altar boy. Back home, here in Finland, the traditional role of the Lutheran Church, which still today represents a bit more than 60% of the population. So you can see there has been a huge change from early 1970s to today, from 90% to a bit more than 60% of the population. That tells you about the multicultural, multi-religious nature of Finland's, of the nation of Finland today. But the Lutheran Church continues to find its role as supporting the Finnish society, particularly at the times of crisis, whether we talk about the times of crisis of a private person or times of crisis of the whole society or of a community within the society. Many structures have been created for this purpose during the decades of peace, besides the spiritual mission of the Church. The Lutheran Church is responsible for example, maintenance of general cemeteries, and pastors and other church workers, diaconia workers, for example, provide pastoral care and material aid to people in need at times of both private and public crises. The Lutheran Church is, however, not doing this alone. Finland has become increasingly multicultural and multi-religious country, and even before that, even if Finland has been mainly a Lutheran country, there has been a strong ecumenical dimension amongst the Christian churches in Finland from the early 1950s already. And the Finnish Ecumenical Council is a powerful player in between the churches. But as the result of this, of the multi-religious new dimension or understanding of the society, the spiritual support provided by religious communities as part of overall psychological and psychosocial support in the disruption has been defined and delegated to the responsibility of all religious communities in Finland. And this has been officially stated in the security strategy of the society, which latest version was published earlier this year. At his concluding words of the Helsinki Conference in August 1975, President Urho Kekkonen of Finland stated that the Helsinki Final Agreement, and I quote, represents the serious attempts to lay the foundations of which both we and future generations can build a better world than the one we live in today. And indeed, one of the reasons for Finland's, as most of Europe's prosperity and well-being for decades has been that our societies have been able to spend historically small proportion of our budgets on military defense. Instead, we have been able to invest in healthcare, education, infrastructures, and the arts, for example. But now this balance is shifting. While we must ensure our ability to defend ourselves at the times of crisis, we must remain faithful for the values which our societies and our understanding of shared better life are built on. In the times of insecurity and disorder, it has been crucial in Finland, both for the Christian churches and for all the religious communities, to understand that we are working to build trust instead of polarization or fragmentation of the communities, speaking and understanding for undivided human rights, human dignity that belong to all, democracy, justice, peace, and the common good is our shared responsibility. As Christians and people of faith, we are at the same time, or we understand at the same time, the challenge of the changing landscape, in which we need to define, even today, the balance between realism and idealism again. I wish you all a blessed and a fruitful third day of the conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Kaiser Maria Hintika and Mr. Fischbach. We have the idea, if you have one or two questions, it is possible, we have 5 minutes, so if you have one or two questions to our speakers, there would be a possibility now. Yeah, please.
Only one question. If there is the trend looking into the Russian debate inside Russia, that a categon is to be seen.
Microphone would be better.
And
The microphone for you would be better.
the inside Russian debate. If there is the signal to be seen that a categon is needed, and the needing of this is Putin is the one to act, and he is supported by religion, bishops, and the Orthodox Church. What to do with this from the point of religion, from our side?
There are many answers, but maybe you can give an insight.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I think that is a crucial one when we're so much concentrating on the times of crisis. But I think it's the task of the churches and the religious communities to look a bit further, to look for the times and start to imagine the times after the times of crisis. What would it look like? But whether we can include the Russian religious communities into that conversation, I think that is a huge challenge for the time. I think maybe the insight for that from the side of the Conference of the European Churches would be better, because I must say that at the moment, the church-related connections between Finland and Russia, whether it comes to the big Russian Orthodox Church or whether it comes to the very small Lutheran communities there, they are very, very few at the moment. We're actively trying to cut them down. So maybe it would be better to hear the all over European opinion to that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Perhaps to continue on this path, three remarks. The Russian Orthodox Church was a member of the Conference of European Churches. but they stepped somehow out of the conference in the early 20s, or the 2000 years, regarding the question of Estonia and the Russian Orthodox Church there, and there another Orthodox Church related to the Ecumenical Patriarchate, and they stopped to be an active member in the Conference of European Churches. It's different from WCC, the World Council of Churches, where the Russian Orthodox Church is still a member and part of it, and playing also somehow an important part in the discussions and debates and policies of WCC. And WCC tries, of course, to have a debate on these questions and topics and to relate to it, but as far as I observe and can relate to it, it's also very difficult to get to this point of an open discussion about these questions which you are raising. We will have, as Conference of European Churches, at the end of this year, from the 1st to 3rd December here in Helsinki, a conference about what is called the Russian ideology and the, what is it called, Russia Mir ideology. We will have here in Helsinki to debate these questions a little bit more from a theological, political, and cultural context. But of course, it will be very difficult to find also representatives of or relating people to the Russian Orthodox Church to be with us in this debate. For the moment, I know that on the level of theologians, pastors, there are contacts and exchanges, but not on the official area of level of churches. And to add perhaps one thing more, what you are pointing out is a phenomenon which is for us as churches a very crucial one, but not only relating to Russia, because it is a kind of coming back of spiritualization of politics somehow, yeah? And we don't face it only in Russia. You can also now analyze it in other trends, also in the Western world, where we, I think, from our tradition, our learning from the past with Reformation time and ongoing, have to make the point of a relation but separation of politics and religion in modern society, which is also a kind of peace building in our societies and in politics. And that is something we have to face now again, and not only regarding Russia, but there indeed we have to face it and to address it in a way.
Thank you so much. A last short question of Markus Meckel.
Thank you very much, Markus Meckel from Germany. I would like to ask you, I don't know it, about the differentiation of the Orthodox world we have now and we face now, and which parts belong to CEC, and in which way you deal with that differentiation. We know it from the World Council of Churches that there the Russian Orthodox Church is member and the Ukraine Church is not. And so the question is difficulty how to deal with one and the other are outside and are not really represented, and in which way you manage that kind of dialogue.
A little bit closer. Thank you for this question. Regarding WCC, one has to have in mind that the process of becoming member in WCC is a much more longer one than in CEC. And they are on the way to do that, and even to do it a little bit faster, on the faster track than the normal process is. But of course, they have also to do it in the way as the constitution of WCC foresees it also. That is perhaps the first information. The second thing is, I think one has really to say that for the moment, it is really a tragedy in the Orthodox family with the breaks and gaps they are facing in the Orthodox world. In the Conference of European Churches, very shortly after the Ecumenical Patriarchate acknowledged the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, which is related to the Ecumenical Patriarchate, as an Orthodox Church in Ukraine, the Conference of European Churches has agreed and welcomed this church as a member church in the Conference of European Churches. And we had to face then that 2 other Orthodox churches has said, well, that means also now we are quiet in the Conference of European Churches. We do not leave, but we are also no longer active members in this conference. This is the Serbian Orthodox Church, and this is the Autokefalous Orthodox Church of Poland, which are also for the moment reluctant to be an active member and participating member in the Conference of European Churches. But of course we have others also, like the Greek Orthodox Church, the Ecumenical Patriarchate, the Cyprus Orthodox Church, the Finnish Orthodox Church as the member church, and others as well, and Romanian Orthodox Church, for example, which are very active members in CEC still. But it is a very difficult situation, that's no question. We always try to reach out to those churches by visiting Belgrade, for instance, and in Warsaw, the leadership of these churches, and to still try to keep in contact. But of course, we have also to acknowledge that for the moment, the contact is more to be not in contact with these churches. But it is for the Orthodox world and the Orthodox family for the moment really a very, very, and worldwide, a very difficult situation. And for us as ecumenical organizations, of course, then as well. I hope this answers a little bit your question.
Thank you so much, both of you, also for agreeing to answer some questions. And we see we could discuss more, especially for those who are in church politics and see the churches as significant actors in civil society. But we have to stop, unfortunately. I thank you both very much for taking the time to come to here. And I'm really honored that you accepted the invitation to come here. It's not self-understanding. And I think you gave us a lot to think and to reflect. And I hope we can continue maybe in December in Helsinki when the CEC is meeting here. Thank you very much for coming to us. We are making a short 5-minute break before we are going to the next panel, and I would like to take the time for some announcements. So as you have all found, we are in a new room, and we will have some changes, not really changes, but we will have something different than yesterday. So the lunch today will be outside of the Finlandia Hall, and we have entered a food truck with some hot dogs outside. It is coming at 12 o'clock, so we have to be on time with our panel and stop our panel a little bit before 12, and we will go a little bit outside of the Finlandia Hall to go to the food truck. He's staying on public grounds, and everybody can then have, showing best the number, but we will see that there are enough. I think there will be 2 hot dogs for everybody, but maybe you first take one and then the second one. And we have Nea and Andre, I think. Yeah, so if you just turn around and look for Nea and Andre, and if you are stopping the panel, please go to Nea and Andre, and they will guide you to the food truck. And hopefully it is not the heavy rain we had in the beginning, so maybe then still, if it is raining, still take your hot dog and look for a place where you can eat the hot dog without too heavy rain. Unfortunately, we cannot do that in the public space of the Finlandia Hall. So this is just important. Don't take the hot dog into the Finlandia Hall, eat it outside. Okay, so this was one announcement, and then maybe the other one, there's some difference in the printed program and in the web program. Our session today, or our day today, is closing at 5 o'clock, And there are some people who have or would like to go to the summer party of the German embassy. I hope that the weather will be better. I think in the afternoon raining should stop so that we can have a summer party. And I just would like to know who would like, or who has an invitation or whatever, who will go to the German embassy. Just if you can raise up. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's just about the numbers and the logistics. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 18. So it's nearly 20 persons. So we have to think in the break how we are organizing that. But it's important that we are stopping our panel and our discussions at 5 o'clock, and then we will order something, I think 17:15. But we will discuss that in the break. So maybe 5 minutes, short break, and then we are coming back to the panel. Okay, welcome back to this panel. I hope there's some outside that they hear my voice and will come back into the room as well. So welcome to our first panel of the day. And as you see, now we also have online guests. There's Mario Lauristin, and we also have Nadezhda online and on Zoom, but welcome, Mario. I hope you can hear and see us. Yes, okay, so this is working. Okay, so I'm introducing you shortly to our panel about the Principle 7 and the Basket 3 and the dynamics of human rights in the Helsinki process. We learned already yesterday get some insights by Sarah Schneider, but because we thought she is the leading expert in the dynamics and the so-called Helsinki effect of human rights into political changes and dynamics, we invited her again to give some introduction into this panel. Then we have, as you see, one online guest, Mario Lauristin. We have also Roland Czerny-Werner, we have Kimmo Ello, and we have Gerd Weiskirchen. I will introduce them very shortly, and then the order of the panel is that we first hear the historical introduction by Sarah Schneider, and then I give the word over to Mario online. I hope from the technical side everything will work out. And then we will have 10 short presentations or speeches by our panelists. And then we start to have a discussion and opening the discussion with the audience. So this is the idea of this panel, how it is organized. And I just have to remind us all, I have to close the panel shortly before 12 because we have a walk to go to lunch. So first of all, shortly the introductions of our speakers in our panel. Sarah Schneider, we know already from yesterday, and very happy that you agreed to be here present 2 times and prepare 2 times something for our conference. She is professor and historian at the American University in Washington and specialized, as we have heard yesterday, let's say, in the influence of non-state actors such as human rights activists, and she has written and edited 2 major works on the whole humanitarian impact and of the Helsinki effect. The one is Human Rights Activism and the End of the Cold War, a transnational history of the Helsinki Network. That was her first book. And she recently co-edited the CSCE and the End of the Cold War, Diplomacy, Societies and Human Rights from 1972 to 1990. Then we have, I turn now to my online screen, we have, after the historian and the academic, we have one of those people who belong to the Helsinki effect and enabled political changes through human rights activism. And this is Mario Lauristin. She is politician from Estonia, and she is, let's say, yesterday in the concert we had the cultural representative of the Singing Revolution. And Mario Lauristin maybe is one of the major political representatives of the Singing Revolution and the Estonian independent movement. She was member of the Estonian Parliament and member of the European Parliament, and we will hear from her some insights how it was in the time then and how the spirit of Helsinki was also challenging Estonia in the 1990s till the day today. Then we have on our panel, the next speaker is Roland Czerny-Werner. He is professor for church history at the University of Salzburg, and he is an expert. He studied history at the University of Jena, and his doctoral thesis was then about the Vatican and the GDR relations, so also a topic of locating church history in international politics and international relations. And I'm very happy that you agreed to be here and present something about let's say, the role of the Vatican and its peacekeeping engagement and religious freedom engagement to the Helsinki process. Then next to Roland Czerny-Werner is Kimmo Ello. He is senior lecturer in contemporary history at the University of Eastern Finland and is a Finnish expert, I would say, about the topics European security policy, international history, but also with a focus on Germany and the role of Germany in the post-war period from a Finnish perspective. And we both are together in the Our Foundation, and some of you have seen that the Our Foundation is also a cooperator in our enterprise, and here is the cooperation. I'm very happy that we have also a Finnish perspective on the European security field. And then finally on the left, so in the middle we have two historians and two academics, and then here on the left, but this is not a political statement, we have Gerd Weiskirchen. He is member, or is member since 1966 of the Social Democratic Party. He was very long in the German parliament, sitting in the German parliament, and very active in different organizations who are enabling cultural and human rights activism from below. And especially why we were inviting you was especially your role in the Détente period, or in the last period of the Cold War, because you were one of the, let's say, dissidents in the Social Democratic Party who were convinced that the Détente and the changes must coming up from below and from the grassroots level. And you were one of the few of the Social Democratic Party in Germany who started to build bridges, get in contact with dissidents in Eastern Europe. And I also have to say that a lot of our, let's say, guests from that time, the activists, were coming through your network. So you were very helpful in providing contacts, emails, telephone numbers, and that shows also that you are a gifted networker, but also somebody who had an own approach to the social democratic Détente policy. So you see, we have an interesting panel of researchers, of activists and politicians, and I'm very happy to chair this panel, and we will start with a sort of historical overview by Sarah Snyder. Please.
I have some slides. Great, thank you so much. So the United States Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, said in a moment of frustration at the negotiations that led to the Helsinki Final Act, quote, "I couldn't care less what they do in the European Security Conference. They can write it in Swahili for all I care." So how did the European Security Conference, also known as the CSCE, which led to the Helsinki Final Act, which was a voluntary agreement quickly dismissed by many international participants and commentators, come to play such an influential role in the end of the Cold War? Well, several structural aspects of the document led to its surprising strength, including the follow-up mechanism. But also, there were a number of developments in the years that followed that fostered a process that offered opportunities to use the Helsinki Final Act to realize change in Europe. In my book, Human Rights Activism and the End of the Cold War, I demonstrate how the Helsinki Final Act's human rights principle, this is Principle 7, which says that the participating states will respect human rights and fundamental freedoms, including the freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief, as well as the human contacts provisions, this is the third basket of the agreement, and the mechanism for follow-up meetings, spurred an explosion of dissident activity in Eastern Europe, which eventually led to the development of what I see as the essential components of a transnational Helsinki network. These included, first, the establishment of the United States Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe. Second, the formation of international human rights groups. Third, the formation of the support of Western diplomats and politicians for the implementation of the Helsinki Final Act. And they called upon the Soviet Union and other states to uphold their Helsinki commitments and drew international attention to their reports of human rights abuses. Now, Soviet and Eastern European dissidents distributed their reports to Western journalists, diplomats, and activists. And these actors all became elements of the Helsinki network, as Western governments adopted the activists' agenda as their own. The broader transnational network was able, directly and indirectly, to affect implementation of the Helsinki Final Act, to secure improved observance of human rights, and to fundamentally shift Eastern European politics and society. Thus, by the time Mikhail Gorbachev became Soviet General Secretary in 1985, the influence of the Helsinki network on Western governments was so strong that Soviet progress on human rights had become a prerequisite to Gorbachev attracting any Western support for his policy agenda. Gorbachev recognized that changing the Soviet stance on the Helsinki Final Act was necessary to normalizing relations with the West, and he slowly undertook measures to do so. The development of this network committed to Helsinki implementation over time influenced both Western and Eastern governments to pursue policies that facilitated the rise of organized dissent in Eastern Europe, freedom of movement for East Germans, and reform of human rights practices in the Soviet Union, which were all factors in the end of the Cold War. The Helsinki Final Act signing in 1975, and in particular the document's publication in Eastern Europe, spurred the development of a network of groups and individuals devoted to ensuring its implementation. My research studies how the network operated transnationally or across national borders, and it examines the intertwined efforts of dissidents, human rights activists, and Western politicians and diplomats to defend human rights in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. I want to spend a bit more time talking about what I see as the 4 essential components in the development of the transnational Helsinki network. First, the formation of the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe, or the Commission. Second, the creation of the Moscow-Helsinki Group. Third, a new approach to assessing compliance with the Helsinki Final Act at the 1977-78 Belgrade follow-up meeting. And finally, the establishment of Helsinki Watch. So yesterday, I mentioned Father Robert Drinan, who joined the commission after it was established. But the creation of the commission was due to the initiative of one woman, a Republican congresswoman from New Jersey, Millicent Fenwick. And through her efforts to establish the commission, she gave a voice to the activists in Eastern Europe grievances through the commission's hearings, reports, and advocacy. And the result was that the commission committed the United States to Helsinki monitoring in a shift from the policy that Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger had wanted for the United States. And they facilitated the development of a network of groups and individuals focused on Helsinki implementation. Next, in Moscow, human rights activists in the Soviet Union were prompted by the publication of the Helsinki Final Act in Soviet newspapers to form their own group dedicated to compliance with the agreement. Now, this group was popularly known as the Moscow-Helsinki Group, and it included, as I mentioned yesterday, activists with a range of agendas, such as religious or national rights, but they came together with a common goal of monitoring Helsinki implementation. Now, their initial strategy was to write 35 copies of their reports about specific human rights violations and then send them by registered mail to the 34 CSCE affiliated embassies in Moscow and send one directly to the Kremlin. Now, not surprisingly, given what we know about the security infrastructure in the Soviet Union, these reports never reached their intended recipients. And so instead, the Moscow-Helsinki Group members decided that they needed to find other ways to disseminate their findings abroad. And they did so, in particular, by reaching out to foreign journalists based in Moscow, because they realized that they needed to capture the attention of foreign actors who could aid their cause. Over time, the Moscow-Helsinki Group became an essential conduit of evidence of Eastern human rights abuses, and it inspired the formation of many other monitoring groups across the Soviet Union and in Eastern Europe. For their efforts, members of the group and others suffered years of harassment, imprisonment in forced labor camps, deportation, internal exile, refusal of permission to emigrate, and other violations of human rights. the establishment of the Moscow-Helsinki Group and the Commission in the United States within a month of each other raised the international profile of the Helsinki Agreement and ensured that Helsinki issues would remain in the forefront of East-West relations. The Moscow-Helsinki Group and the Commission developed an especially productive relationship, which became the basis for a wider network of groups and individuals committed to Helsinki adherence. Now, the Helsinki Final Act included a promise to evaluate its implementation, which provided the rationale for these individual, collective, and government monitoring efforts. And the first opportunity to check in on compliance with the agreement came at the 1977-78 Belgrade follow-up meeting. And it was there that for the first time, human rights and human rights activism spurred by the Helsinki Final Act garnered the high-level attention of Western diplomats. The emphasis on an aggressive review of implementation by the US ambassador to the Belgrade meeting, Arthur Goldberg, who I mentioned yesterday, offered support and purpose to the transnational Helsinki network, and it maintained the centrality of human rights advocacy to US diplomacy toward Eastern Europe. Now, the forceful accounting that happened at the follow-up meeting by the United States and its allies inspired additional groups to form and to monitor Helsinki compliance thereafter. In the aftermath of Belgrade, Goldberg suggested that the Helsinki network would benefit from a US-based monitoring group made up of private citizens. This idea became Helsinki Watch, the most prominent Western NGO devoted to Helsinki monitoring and the forerunner of Human Rights Watch today. This group proved critical because as Eastern repression of Helsinki activists escalated, Western NGOs were increasingly needed to lead the monitoring effort. Now, in order to gain support for its agenda, Helsinki Watch collected and distributed relevant information, such as reports on human rights violations. Under its executive director, Jerry Laber, Helsinki Watch became well known for the quality and comprehensiveness of its reports, and I'm showing just a few examples up here on the screen. These reports were largely based on documents transmitted from Eastern Europe, the testimony of recent migrants, and first-hand research. Helsinki Watch sought to garner public support by highlighting repressed or imprisoned individuals through issuing press releases, writing op-eds, and speaking out publicly. Helsinki Watch was successful in translating political prisoners' suffering into personal, evocative stories that enabled individual connections to the issue. And Helsinki Watch sought to influence CSCE diplomats through direct contact, making themselves a permanent and visible presence at the subsequent CSCE meetings. Now, despite Western support, disparate Helsinki monitoring groups were at times isolated from others working on similar issues. And Helsinki Watch recognized that forming connections among like-minded groups across CSCE states could facilitate more effective human rights advocacy. So Helsinki Watch initiated the International Helsinki Federation, or IHF, which was an international umbrella organization for Helsinki monitoring groups. Helsinki Watch wanted to create the International Helsinki Federation for a number of reasons. First, it wanted to continue its own reputation as an independent organization, despite the increasingly close correlation between its objectives and the Reagan administration's policy toward the Soviet bloc. Helsinki Watch leaders believed that establishing formal links to human rights groups in Western Europe could prevent Helsinki Watch from being, quote, seen as a creature of the Reagan administration or solely as a group articulating publicly the administration's concerns. Second, as the Soviet Union increasingly focused on relations with Western European governments, given the downturn in Soviet American relations, a European-based organization could offer an opportunity to better influence Soviet and Eastern European leaders. The IHF was intended to reach out and influence, in particular, the neutral and non-aligned delegations, as they were seen as, quote, holding the balance at the CSCE meetings. And the idea was that if there were a number of member groups in the neutral and non-aligned states, and not only from NATO member states, this would be a way to influence the neutral and non-aligned CSCE delegations and governments to support Helsinki Watch's policy objectives. And I argue this Helsinki network in the form of the IHF played an important role in convincing Western leaders to make human rights an essential part of their diplomacy, and later to induce Eastern European and Soviet policymakers to undertake reform. The Helsinki process fueled change across Europe in the late 1980s. Governing in a new atmosphere without security guarantees from the Soviet Union, Eastern European leaders increasingly acceded to their population's demands, many of which were tied explicitly to Helsinki principles. The events there, often driven by activists influenced by Helsinki ideals, transformed the European landscape largely from below. I want to highlight just a few ways that the Helsinki process directly influenced the end of the Cold War. The Helsinki process and growing salience of respect for human rights raised the international stakes for domestic repression, such that Eastern European states did not use violence to suppress the revolutions, with one notable exception. In addition, the Helsinki process enabled revolutions in Eastern Europe through the development of what's known as a second society, that was often inspired by the Helsinki Final Act, formally linked with Helsinki monitoring groups, and this second society laid the foundation for political change. These movements comprised people committed to a wide range of political and social causes, in which their participation uniquely prepared them to effect change in their states and partake in post-communist governance in meaningful ways. Now, Václav Havel has come up a few times so far in our discussion, and I wanted to show you here an image when he went to New York in February of 1990. He's here at the Helsinki Watch New York office with the executive director of Helsinki Watch, Jerry Leiber. And in his speech to the Helsinki Watch staff there, he said, "Perhaps without you, our revolution would not be." And I think this statement is testament to the strength and the significance of the transnational connections that made up the Helsinki network, as well as it shows the unanticipated but significant consequences of the Helsinki process. Thank you.
And now we turn to our online speaker again, Mario. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
I tried to be ready.
Hey, please.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, dear friends, I am glad to join you from Tartu, Estonia. And really, I hesitated a lot when Gert Weishircher, my good old friend, invited me to this conference, because it is very difficult to explain how different were our experiences and how different perspective we had looking then in 1975 to the discussions and to the rhetoric used in the West. You see, it was like looking at the life from the window of prison and listening to discussion about architecture, better, more humanistic architecture of prison. Yes, it is very important to have good relations and important to have also good conditions for prisoners. But anyway, to live in prison is not the way free people would like to live. We were listening to discussions in Helsinki. We're following them in Estonia from Finnish TV, which was our only window to the West these times, with double feelings. From one side, we were very glad that our Finnish friends, Finland as our closest neighbor, managed to organize such a wonderful, important event to bring people together in Helsinki to show that this country, these people, despite all losses they have had also in their history, had accomplished something almost impossible to raise its economy, but also to raise its international weight, international meaning in these years, really very, very cold years of Cold War. And they had to make the best of this opportunity. Looking now back at this day from the very, very different world we are living now, yes, we can acknowledge that the Helsinki process really meant start of new period in European history. Not only European history, also maybe world history, but for us it was at the first place problem of European history. And this new, say, approach or new era wasn't exactly what was declared in the parade rhetoric of Helsinki Accord. It was not about enjoying peace and security and democracy all over Europe. But for us, as already it was said, the most important part of that act was the third basket. I remember my discussions with my Finnish colleagues from Finnish universities. These times we were sometimes meeting on common seminars under the watchful eye of our Russian, say, big friends about the meaning of this basket. And I have to admit that we had very different views on that. From Finnish side, there were people who said that, yes, this third basket, it's not so important because, it's all something American. Americans want to have information freedom in order to impose their views in Europe. It's part of American culture imperialism, even, they said. We from Tartu, from Estonia, we had really absolutely different view, because for us, the freedom of information, the freedom of expression, the human rights, they all were really forbidden fruits. To us, even to exchange some most elementary views or most elementary scientific even data about the life in Soviet Union with our Western colleagues, it was really something quite a risky thing, because it could be done only under the very strict censorship, very strict control from Moscow. And to look at the Kremlin rulers signing this accord for us has deeply ironic meaning. We didn't believe a word, we didn't believe a syllable of their speeches. But at the same time, why still it was the turning point? Because these rulers, because Soviet Union, by different motivation, but still agreed to sign this accord. Maybe they hoped, like it was always with all communist leaders in USSR and in Eastern Europe, that this declaration will remain only on paper, that these are only words, words and words. But they were absolutely surprised when it occurred that it wasn't only the words, but the deeds also followed. And this accord gave political instrument to so-called dissidents in Soviet Union, and also to dissidents in other countries under Russian or Soviet rule, to make, in some sense, internationally legitimate their demands to disclose repressions going on in Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, to disclose the very severe violations of fundamental rights of any person, because it wasn't only about some cases which could be watched. It was really the issue of the whole system which in its principle did not and could not recognize and protect any kind of individual rights, any kind of political liberties, any kind of sincere democratic developments. And nevertheless, even for this system, Helsinki Accord had, in some very strange way, the revolutionary impact, because all revolutions, they start not from the streets. Very often they start from the words, from the discourses, from the way how we really construct realities, as we know. And even this possibility to ask the questions, to ask about the rights of people, to ask about the liberties in Soviet Union, legitimation of these questions was very, very important. But until the rulers in Kremlin were playing the cynical game, signing from with one hand the Helsinki Accords, and with other hand signing the decisions about arrests of people, decisions about closing down, for example, our sociological laboratory in Tartu was closed in 1975 because of spreading not allowed information. You see, it was a double speak and double language and double game. But from the very moment when this system could be, say, ruled or influenced by people who had more sincere wish for following democratic rules, more sincere wish to be accepted as people who want to change the system, to want to change it to be more humanistic, more democratic. These words started to affect the deeds. I'm speaking about one person, Gorbachev, because yes, Havel could say that without Helsinki there would not be our revolution, and he was right in this particular case that the 77 Chapter 77 movement was directly influenced and directly empowered by the Helsinki Accords. But when you look at Soviet Union, then I would more speak about the indirect influence, and indirect influence which was really very rare in the situation of Russia, because Gorbachev occurred to be the unexpected leader. He occurred to be a leader who seriously was caring about his renommé in the West, who seriously wanted to be part of the democratic political establishment in the world. And even that, his personal ambition to be not only like, but as the democratic leader had a really explosive effect, because in this totalitarian centralized system, the one leader, one person can play the very, very important role. Yes, Gorbachev launched his perestroika and glasnost policy, and this policy really made possible all movements in Soviet Union. We could not have democratic movements like our Popular Fronts, Saudis, other like Solidarność in Poland, and so on, without this feeling that now it is more, say, safe, more legitimate. Because, yes, Gorbachev followed very strongly opinions in the West about his policies. And it was, again, the kind of the game, because in his very deep heart, he also cared the most about preservation of the system and about preservation also of the Russian power or Soviet power over Eastern Europe, because really that was a real motivation for Soviet Union to sign the accord, to have the legitimate role in dominating Eastern Europe, preserving so-called border, after-war border in Europe. But Gorbachev didn't foresee that his declarative at first policy of speaking out, or glasnost really meant speaking out, brought on the surface in the public discourse the real issues of the democracy, real issues of human rights in the previous Soviet Union, the real very terrible repressions, terrible violations, and it also motivated people to gather, to move, form the movements, not only to support rights, but really to say directly to blow up all this repressive system. It was a very seldom moment in history when the say, humanistic democratic ideals find the window of opportunity to be implemented on such a scale, like it happened in Europe in 1989, with falling down the Berlin Wall, and in really 1881, when Soviet Union was dissolved as an empire, as a system. We know that the present-day dictator in Russia, Vladimir Putin, had called events of 91, dissolution of Soviet Union, as the worst geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. We have, in some way, to thank Helsinki Accord for creating the conditions this catastrophe could happen. And we see how now Putin again tries to keep and restore and strengthen this grip of imperialist Russia in the world. And you see that he's again cynically using the language of demilitarization, peace, stability, and so on. And as in Europe, it cannot anymore have any resonance, because everybody understands what kind of acts are behind those words in coming from Kremlin. But you see that still they have some impact of people outside Europe, and we see that really the issue of human rights, the issue of basic rights and freedoms, it had become also one of the items of so-called culture war. And this culture war is overwhelming. Also, if you look what is going on now in America after the last elections, you see that the one of the targets of this war is again the idea of the universal human rights and universal democratic freedoms for everybody, equality of everybody. And though we can see that this spirit, what we call Helsinki spirit or spirit of the human rights, it could become really very strong and effective power of real changes. And in the other time, like nowadays, it could become again one of the major targets of attacks. In Soviet Union, human rights were called abstract bourgeois Western values. Now we see how again human rights basic principles are called the dreams of yesterday, which should be overcome in this new world. And I think that that is our common challenge, to prove again that these are not only ideas and words, but that are real deeds needed to protect these values. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are very happy that you shared your insights with us and accepted the invitation, and don't neglect it. I'm not quite sure if you can see us, but we will follow the other statements, and afterwards we have open round and questions, and I hope you can jump in even if you do not have the eye contact, but I will address you directly when we go on and have some more questions for you. I hope that is okay. Good. So the next one is Roland Czerny-Werner.
Yeah, thank you. I'm aware of the time, but I have to say thank you for the organizers, and have to say especially thank you for Katharina Kunter to organize this splendid conference. So, but I'm also aware of the need to focus on the development and course of the CSCE process, but nevertheless, I like to begin my presentation 10 years prior. The UN speech of Pope Paul VI, which was published immediately after the Pope delivered it into the international sphere of the United Nations in New York, as a peace speech, and a peace speech it was without doubt, and yet it was also significantly more. It was a fundamental statement of papal world politics in the context of time. Paul VI spoke evaluating the violent decades of the first half of the 20th century, and with a view to the threatened destruction on the earth. Quote, we saw it yesterday, just this quote, but it's very important, I think so. No more war, never again war, it is peace which must be pursued, not war, quote end. These words were not merely a moral plea, but a theological, political, fundamental concept of papal diplomacy in general, and specifically in the unique context of the Cold War. The Pope postulated the necessity of securing peace through international cooperation, law, and justice. He aimed to anchor the role of the Holy See as advocate for the humanity. Paul VI thus conceptualized peace as a moral ordering principle. The objective was thereby ultimately formulated. The rescue of the earth, for example, from nuclear destruction, and this beyond ideologies. This self-legitimation for morally grounded engagement in the world politics became an act of self-empowerment in diplomatic action. It moved from symbol to subject. Ultimately, the participation of the Holy See in the CSCE process appears as a kind of fulfillment of the UN speech by Paul VI. The UN speech had a concrete political, theological program which found its preliminary diplomatic and theological political coronation in the CSCE process. Helsinki, 50 years ago, became, for papal diplomacy under Agostino Casaroli, the institutionalized venue of a theology of preservation of creation, which represented the connection between moral claim, international legal participation, and concrete theological norm setting. In doing so, the Holy See through the self-limitation in decisions concerning military and economic matters, refrained from power political interventions. The resulting attempt to implement human rights from Christian theological perspective, especially to focus on religious freedom as a conditio sine qua non of a peaceful world order, made the Vatican negotiators authentic actors. In this context, the Vatican did not see itself as a neutral participant in the CSCE process, but rather as a value-normatively orientated instance. For it linked under the umbrella of peacekeeping the protection of conscience and faith inseparably with the survival of humanity. Neither the clearly propagandistic and ideological determinant concept of peaceful coexistence of communist provenience, nor the though democratically legitimized yet partly aggressive and antagonistic approach to peacekeeping from the Western Hemisphere seemed to offer a possible basis for compromise. Helsinki thus became the theopolitical gravitational center of all Vatican diplomacy in the Cold War. The UN speech represented the basic conception communicated to the world public and built a bridge between conciliar theology, world church, and global policy. And the CSCE process was its concretization. In the third dimension of the CSCE, the Vatican saw place to give the preservation of creation a normative locus. Peacekeeping and human rights should fundamentally be included in process of theological international cooperation. Here, the Holy See saw itself not only as a mediator between East and West, but as a kind of performative locus theologicus. Moral authority, indeed clearly positivist, derived from itself and through active multilateral involvement. The Vatican became visible as a trans-ideological, explicitly religious actor with independent agency in world politics. With participation in the CSCE, the Vatican asserted a moral ethical claim to leadership or more orientation in an ideological fragmented Europe. The CSCE thus also became a stage of Vatican foreign policy. For the first time again since the Congress of Vienna in 1815, the Vatican, voluntarily and theoretically with full voting rights, was once again part of the official multilateral forum. Here, as Archbishop Casaroli and his team, in the preliminary negotiations, the official contributions, but, very important I think so, especially also in the corridors of the negotiation venues, yes, even out here just outside the door, repeatedly offered the peculiarity of the Vatican mission. It did not wish to represent political positions, but rather to pave the way for consensus and understanding. A role as independent yet value-orientated mediator that was increasingly accepted in the CSCE process. That religious freedom represented a key issue and that the Vatican can consider it a success of its diplomatic engagement, that this human right became part of the final wording in the CSCE process. Ultimately enabled two important factors in the continuation of the CSCE, and I'm happy that Mario mentioned that before. It was the process of international norm formation which churches and believers worldwide could reference. This norm was not legally enforceable, nor backed by sanctions, but it did evoke visibility for religious freedom as a human right in international law. It also increased performative pressure on authoritarian states and limited the scope for repressive regimes, or placed such regressive actions under international observation, like we heard, and made them subject to explanation. This consistent implementation of the spirit of the Council, the Second Vatican Council, and the Declaration of Religious Freedom, Dignitatis Humanae, in the Vatican's participation in the CSCE, revealed a new conception of papal world politics. The Holy See cared for the entire world, the creation itself, and thus arrived at a new understanding of primacy, which had undergone a fundamental transformation, at least regard to the engagement outside of the inner church. No longer in the sense of a formally global political claim, Roma locuta causa finita, but now with a value-normative moral ambition as a global representative for the protection of God's creation. The CSCE engagement was therefore clearly part of a fundamental paradigm shift in Vatican foreign policy after the Second World War. Vatican diplomacy developed a theologically based policy of dialogical peacekeeping based on recognition, not subjection. In the conceptual calm and morally coherent participation in the CSCE, the Vatican gained credibility as a global player. It became a relevant actor in the framework of an emerging, somewhat stabilizing peace order in Europe. And without wishing to be too positivist, over-interpretive, or even exclusivist at this point, yet due to this international legal, ecclesiological, and religious structure and global reach, the Holy See did indeed appear to be a unique actor in the CSCE process. This is not to suggest it was the most important religious actor, merely a unique one. And of course, like most others in diplomatic fields, an actor entangled in ambivalences in questions of effectiveness and limitations. Not least, its acceptance as a mediator points to the impact of the theological political narrative of the theology of creation care as a core task in the international sphere. On the Helsinki stage of grand diplomacy, the Vatican and other religious actors created a field of tension between religious moral authority and secular realpolitik. A momentum whose result can be measured neither solely by idealistic aspiration nor by formalist criticism in an ideological dualistic world order. Rather, in the consistent, authentic, and theologically uncompromising attitude to understand peace as a work of justice and to understand and offer itself, the Vatican itself, as a diplomatic reference point, always when humanity as God's creation seems to be under threat. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, is it an honor for me to give a short speech on this Remembrance Conference on the 50th anniversary of the Conference for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Both from historical and contemporary perspective, the Helsinki Summit in 1975 should be understood as one central milestone in European history. There are two competing narratives about how the Cold War ended. The one could be called the US narrative, the other as a European story. These two stories are based on ordinary citizens' perceptions, thus highlighting other fundamental differences relevant also for today. Key elements of the US narrative are Ronald Reagan, the arms race, the economic and technological supremacy of the United States. This narrative underlines the importance of resources, power, deterrence, and technological developments. It also correlates quite well which studies understanding the destructive impact of arms race to Soviet economy. The European narrative is somewhat different as it highlights two factors, the CSCE on the one hand, the person of Mikhail Gorbachev on the other, not so frequently mentioned in the US narrative. The European narrative is somewhat softer as it emphasizes cooperation over conflict and persons over powers and resources. This tells us quite much also how differently Europeans and Americans tend to look at the world. Despite the apparent differences between these two narratives, they are not mutually exclusive. The Soviet Union needed a politician like Gorbachev who understood the destructive impact of arms race on both the Soviet economy and the global security. But at the same time, Gorbachev needed a reliable framework to introduce transformation processes in his country and empire. This framework was provided by Helsinki Final Act, both in security political, geopolitical, and political terms. Without this general framework for European security order, the collapse of socialism in Europe could have been more turbulent, even more violent. We should, however, not overinterpret the soft power of Helsinki Final Act on Soviet aspirations, even though also the Soviet Union failed to achieve its primary goals in Helsinki in 1975. Even with Gorbachev, the existing territorial and political status quo in Europe was not questioned. Following the arguments of Karen Birnbaum and Ingo Peters, the human rights question reveals quite well the diverging priorities between the Western Europe and the US regarding the East-West relations. To the Western Europeans, CSCE goals relating to the human rights were of great substantive importance, whereas the US administration showed remarkable lower interest in these issues. Especially Henry Kissinger was skeptical about the Western participation in the CSCE and evaluated it as a possible concession to the Soviet Union. Further, the US administration worried about possible negative consequences on Western cohesion. Hence, the Soviet leaders could be quite sure that the leading politicians in the United States were not interested in using the CSCE for exerting public pressure against the socialist camp on human rights issues. This changed as the US recovered human rights to reassert fundamental Western values, forming a normative glue on the transatlantic relations. Although there was a certain pressure from the both superpowers also on the CSCE process in the 1980s, neither the US nor the Soviet Union succeeded in large scale to undermine the CSCE process. And if only so by deferring to major concerns of the Europeans, who were primarily interested in the promotion of cooperation across the East-West divide and in arms control. Hence, although the Soviet Union achieved in Helsinki a multilateral acceptance of the territorial status quo in Europe, this happened only at the price of far-reaching provisions to the so-called Basket 3, forcing the Soviet Union to commit to facilitate more human politics in its own camp. As already pointed out, the two narratives about how the Cold War ended in Europe are not mutually exclusive, but complementary. The Western Europeans lacked the political and security political muscles to force the Soviet Union to commitments in humanitarian issues. Hence, they needed the support from the US to push through the basket tree. However, without the persistence of the Europeans, the Helsinki Final Act most probably had never had this basket tree. Although we should avoid second question explanation that not to construct path dependencies from Helsinki 1975 to Europe in the 1990s and thereafter, I venture to raise 3 lessons, with the benefit of hindsight, of course, we could learn from the CSCE after the Cold War. First, the political and economic transformation from socialism to democracy and market economy benefited from the CSCE. This because opposition and dissident groups used the small rooms of maneuvering to develop and maintain democratic practices. Even though the door to democratic transformation was opened by chance to crack by the Helsinki Final Act, ideas and concepts could travel through this crack. And when the hardliners backed off, there were enough reformers to introduce a peaceful path to be followed and to establish an initial civil society. Second, the CSCE process offered a political framework for the West European political leaders. A major transformation of the European security order after 1990 could be embedded in. Even though the Helsinki Final Act lost some of its reputation after the collapse of the socialist system, the very idea of peaceful transformation and transformation through cooperation survived. It was not the Western Europe that withdrew itself from this cooperative structure originally designed and constructed to enable pan-European cooperation across the democracy-totalitarianism divide. The decision to prefer conflict over cooperation was made solely by the new Russian elite. And third, fighting authoritarianism is a long and executing job that requires commitment to democratic values and norms, but also powers and resources to stand tall. The Helsinki Final Act was one important crack in the Iron Curtain along the East-West divide, a crack through which ideas of freedom, democracy, and humanity could ooze into the socialist countries. The contemporary world is not different in this respect. China and Russia are both systems seeking to seal all cracks in both physical and virtual walls, officially protecting them against Western norms, values, and ideas. But also they have learned the lessons from the CSCE and are today far less open for cooperation than was the case 50 years ago. To round up with a future-looking remark, the Helsinki Final Act was also based on a normative understanding of mutual cooperation and confidence building under collective security. Today, the European states within the Western political and security organizations operate on the premise that aggression will occur from without rather than from within. At the same time, our own well-being is being threatened by the instability and aggressiveness of our neighboring regions, Russia being the unfortunate negative example. To be clear, I doubt Russia's will to become a Western-like democratic system. But just because of this, the CSCE could serve as a blueprint for a future confidence building needed to pacify our close neighborhood. The path to CSCE was not easy and straightforward, and there is no reason to believe the future would be any easier. But the CSCE should give us hope and trust that even the most uncomfortable path can be crossed if there is a will. Thank you.
Greetings to Tartu. I hope you can hear me, Marju. I would like to touch on 3 points at first. The context of 75. The context of 75. Art. Unbelievable new creators were there on the place. Not only in the West, so to say, United States of America, but in the East. And there has been a link between the Moscow conceptualism is one of the respondents of what has been going on in Europe, Western Europe, and in the United States. Or take the case of Elem Klimov, Come and See, one of the best films ever, reflecting history, the past, and what should be done in the future. No more wars. Or take the case of music, Joan Baez, or Shostakovich. There were brothers and sisters in common. Or take the case of literature, Yevgeny Yevtushenko. Unbelievable what he put into his lyrics, for instance, Babin Yar, one of the most impressive lyrics I ever have heard. Or take Konrad György, Hungarian writer, sociologist. Or take Czesław Miłosz, Polish writer. Or take Thomas Venclova from Vilnius. And he built a bridge between his own writing and to create the Vilnius-based Helsinki group. He has then go to in exile into the United States of America. But he came back then to create a new framework for Vilnius and Lithuania. Or take the case of church. The Pope has been mentioned. I would like to mention Václav Mali. He is now bishop in Prague. I visited him, I talked to him at the flat of Anna Sabatova and Peter Uhl. We sat next to each other. He was then a dissident pastor in the church, Catholic Church. Or take the case of another friend of mine sitting here, Markus Meckel. He built a bridge between his religious impetus into the political field, created at that time revolutionary concept, a social democratic party inside the GDR. Or take the case of society. From the individual artists and from individual stakeholders in society, they were fed up of the Cold War and the problems occurring and tried to disarm their armies. And then that has been one of the most interesting points of building up a new future. Mintjan Faber and Mary Kaldor invented the European nuclear disarmament. In Western Europe, Russell Peace Appeal, but then bridging the gap between East and West. At that time, we thought we have to build up networks. And we were sitting in the bed of Peter Uhl and talking about what to do now against Gustav Husak. So this has been the context. And the Final Act, or the Helsinki Accord, there has been a clash of two different thinking of the future. Brezhnev thought he could freeze its power, the communist power, in the Soviet bloc. To freeze the power. And Helsinki opened the eyes. So what to do with freezing and to opening? This is the ambivalence of the Helsinki Accord. And what was really interesting is that people, individuals in different countries, I have been witnessing that process, were ready to keep the reference point of the principles and the baskets to make a serious combination inside these ambivalencies. We have seen that the power in the Soviet bloc tried to close the eyes again, but this couldn't be done because there has been a different process going on from the bottom of the societies. And the first, as we all know, solidarity in Poland. They picked up some ideas, the norms of the CSCE process, and then brought about inside the ongoing processes introduced by the Accord to bring about all the problems, the clashes inside the different countries, the members of the CSCE context. So what is then the outcome of all of this? To freeze the time is not a concept. They tried to prison the individuals, to bring them and the whole process into a castle and locking it up. But the individuals, they had a different idea. And one sounding idea from the beginning on is the sentence of Martin Luther King. I have a dream. I have a dream to create a different society and a different, better world. So this was the counter, the bass, the music. And this sound is not a sound of silence, it's a sound of hope. And in that context of the CSCE, this hope gained ground against the dictatorships and for the norms enshrined in the accord: freedom, democracy, access to other people outside the bloc. And the process began here in Helsinki. This process introduced processes, ongoing processes, up to the Paris Charter. And that is the, so to say, the glorious face of CSCE. Now what to do with this legacy? Not to make a kind of ornament, rhetorical ornament of this, but to keep the norms defending against the aggressors, for instance, Putin. This is one thing, defending. But the other next step should be, and I do hope will be, to create a new frame. And the point of reference, again, could be the norms inherited in the CSCE, because they are permanent norms we have to stick to. They are the norms of the UN, of the CSCE, of the OSCE, and the norms of democracies. So, if we are ready to create a new political frame on the basis of acting individuals, then the time will come that we could invent a new frame, and then the politicians, I have been a politician for 33 years in Parliament. I have some experience what politicians are doing. Not always bad things, not always good things, but right in that kind of ambivalence that we have seen starting here. And there are two sides in an ambivalence: the danger and the hope. And we have to try to keep the hope in order to build a better future.
Thank you all for your contributions and also for your discipline to stick to the 10 minutes. So we have half an hour for a discussion. And as we all have heard, so we have very diverse contributions and perspectives. The perspectives of the actors, the activists, the eyewitnesses, the academics and the researchers. But I think we will open up the discussion quite broad, so everybody is welcome and invited to share ideas, to ask questions, and bring in other perspectives. But maybe, I do not want to moderate the panel, but just open it, but maybe one idea I had when I was listening to these different contributions, I had the idea at once there was opening up a window in a very far away time, and sometimes in history you have that feeling that we are thinking there's not a big difference between our situation now and at the past times. And very often I was thinking a little bit the 1970s, they are not so far, but of course they are 50 years away. And in our panel discussion I had the idea some glimpses of an old time were coming up, and these glimpses had something to do with the grand diplomacy, the Vatican entering the diplomatic stage, cocktail receptions, also the Vatican searching the new role as a neutral actor, and we have not heard so many contributions about them, but the neutral actors were quite important, and the neutral countries in the CSCE process. So we have something also heard about the American support, the American influence, American instrumentalization, whatever, of the foreign policy, but also the support of the Helsinki groups in Eastern and Central Europe. So a strong commitment of Americans to support Europe and to support a democratic and free Europe in a broader sense. So also something which felt, when I was sitting here, a little bit out of the time maybe. And we heard also also the consensus and the openness to hear other opinions and voices, to try to find a way, even if it was between appeasement and between dialogue and between opposition, to dealing with the different perspectives and trying to do and to put forward something peaceful. And then also we heard of you, Gert, something about these beginnings of networking in the civil society field, so which seems to be something which was coming up and were professionalized maybe in the 1970s and 80s in the whole context of the Helsinki groups. And then also we got the idea more, got the idea clearer of you, Kimo, that we also have to deal with the different narratives, and also I think we maybe our whole perspective on the Helsinki process is in some ways too much shaped by the American narrative, as you have labeled it, and it's also a task for us historians, but also all the other who are searching for new ways in our current times to stick not too much to narratives, but really try to find a new way and a new perspective and a new approach or framework to include different perspectives. And still, this whole idea how to deal with different opinions, how to believe in multilateral cooperation seems to be something maybe typical for the CSCE, maybe something typical for the 1970s. And with these thoughts, I would like to open up the discussion and invite you just to raise questions, give perspectives. And I'm just wondering about our micro, Andre, and maybe Andre, could you make, okay, so that we have maybe one or two just bringing the micro, so. Anja Mia is there.
I was actually hoping for you to raise a question. This time I start early raising my hand. Thank you very much, Anja Mia, OSCE Academy. Actually, some of you raised the elephant in the room question, the spirit of Helsinki, and the particular, almost the surprising impact of Basket 3, and you all alluded to it. By the end of the 80s, early 90s, many people were surprised about this sort of soft power of Basket 3. But I want to draw it to the present times, and because the OSCE, of course, lives in the spirit of Helsinki, and even in particular Basket 3 and all its dimensions. So why, if you allow me this question, because it's the elephant in the room, why should countries like Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Russia, one of them is the most totalitarian country that we have currently on the planet, which is Turkmenistan, why should they still stay with the OSCE in the spirit of, I make it more precise, Basket 3, which is most of the work that OSCE is doing today. They're not doing military observations anymore, or exchange of military stuff. They're doing Basket 3, 90% of the work. So there are these countries, and there are members, and they have no intention to leave the OSCE. So I'm wondering what your take is on that. Oh, thank you.
Maybe, are there some other questions? There's some more. Yeah, maybe we collect 3 questions and then we make a round. Yeah.
You mentioned that especially the Americans starting with supporting the Helsinki groups, knowing that democracy is not exportable, but it is possible to support Democrats in authoritarian countries. And in my view, the Americans were the most successful practitioners in this way. And even we in Germany and in Europe have to improve in this way much more. But now, this is a disaster of these last months that they are stopping all of that. Not just for Europe, but also for worldwide. And that's a disaster. And my question is, what do you think? Are we enough aware in Europe? Are we enough aware about that disaster? Are we, should we, and what could we do in efforts to improve our own, as European, ability exactly to go in that space and as much as possible to compensate this? I see that if the new German government is stopping, or not stopping, it is minimalizing the development budget. And in this development budget by GTZ and so on, GIZ, there is a lot of democratization budget. And I think this is the danger, and I wanted to put it on the table.
Just one idea, looking to the policy of the Vatican, maybe for the Vatican this was a kind of post-war, Second World War, post-war conference, because during World War II the Vatican failed. So this was the next chance to get a new image. And the next point is looking on the different perspectives, America or the West, but United States, and to the Eastern Bloc. So, as Ms. Snyder pointed out, the United States, they watched. So for them it was kind of, we are watching the process going on in the East, but in the West nothing is going on. So the impulse Mr. Weiskirchen gave, so for example, the peace movement in the West, so I'm from West Germany, peace movement, so nice to have, but we already have peace, don't worry. So all the new atmosphere came up in the Eastern part, in the Eastern Bloc, behind the Iron Curtain from the Western perspective, and we have to watch it. So like a teacher. So are you doing well? And the next point is, keep in mind Ms. Lauristin pointed out, we didn't believe all these perspectives. It's just a paper. The atmosphere changed, right? But behind the Iron Curtain, or in the eastern part of the Iron Curtain, they had to wait another 10 years. Imprisonment, going to jail, Perm 36, it's a Gulag system coming up in the Soviet Union. It's a kind of renaissance of Gulag system in the Soviet Union. So in 10 years, it's an awful long time. And then at the end, it was a revolution from upside. Gorbachev, the perestroika, the elites took the impulse of Helsinki, maybe. So, what is my question? What is my point? And it's a bit more in a historical view. Maybe Helsinki was much more a post-war conference to clean up with World War II than an impulse to the future.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm unsure how we proceed, so there's some questions for everybody, but I also would like to include Mario. Maybe Roland, you would like to say first something about, because that was very concrete, about the Catholics, and then maybe Sarah about the American issues, and you both then also come in. Oh, okay, okay, Mario, please.
Yeah, may I react a bit at first to this issue of America versus Europe in these times, and really more even in later times in the 80s. I agree that the approach from America was in this international politics more driven by, say, geopolitical interests of America and more dealing with Soviet Union as adversary player, adversary system in technological and the military sense. But at the other time, you have to take in account that inside America there was this very strong feeling of the values of freedom, individual freedom and democracy. And in our relationships, in our dealings with people from both sides of the ocean, people from America and people from Western Europe, in the beginning of the liberation process, in the early, say, in the 87, 88, during Gorbachev time, we felt from America, from individuals, like Gert said, it's very important to have this individual relationship between the blocs. Then from America, even from side of American elected politicians, we saw more open support, more open, say, motivation to get rid of this oppressive system and give opportunity for freedom to countries behind the Iron Curtain. Yes, after that also was some general geopolitical interest, but for us it was important when we met with politicians from America, democratic politicians, that really they had a very strong and bold and outspoken support for our desires of freedom. Whereas I am really unhappy to say that in the end of the 80s, when I had my first encounters with colleagues from the Western Europe, even from the Western Europe universities or from the Western European parties, then I would have to say to you, Gert, that he was one of the very, very rare Western politicians of these times who openly supported our movement to freedom. What we more had to see was a cautiousness. And very often this cautiousness was based on the other side of this Helsinki spirit. No instability. Please keep going in the dialogue with Russia. Please don't raise the most dangerous issues of occupation, for example, of the dominance of Soviet Union in Eastern Europe. Please don't rock the boat. And it took time, even maybe until 91, when we had more open support, more bold support from the Western European politicians. Yes, we had support below the surface. I have to say that I myself was, sent or brought to OSCE conference in Malta in the end of 1990 as a person representing popular movement in Estonia by the officials of the middle level from the foreign ministries of Denmark and Sweden. But they didn't show that openly. I was brought to Malta to this conference and put in the separate room, in the closed room. I wasn't invited to speak on the meeting, but my Danish and Swedish friends from these foreign ministries brought one by one members of OSCE to listen what is going on in Baltic countries, because there was this offensive of the Moscow tanks in Vilnius happened. And the same also was reported because from Malta I was brought to Strasbourg, where was a Council of Europe session, the same thing. I was hidden in the corner of the corridor, and then one by one some more bold members of Council of Europe came out and talked with me about the situation in Baltic. So this fear, not to disturb Moscow, not to rock the boat, it was really very strong. And this, it was the other side of this kind of Helsinki discourse. Don't harm our relationships, don't raise the waves, don't be too far-going, far-reaching in your, say, cry for freedom. So I think that you have to take into account these dynamics, because what we see today is opposite. Today we see how in America, these voices for freedom are really silenced by American system, by American power itself. And we see there more fears. What we have seen in Europe before, now we see fears in America overwhelming. And we see more bold Europe. And I think that that is really a new time. It was said that to create a new frame, to look at the new role of Europe also in this general, say, movement, general fight for the democratic rights to freedom, not to be silenced by the deals between Trump and Putin and maybe even Xi, because we see that these authoritarian leaders really, they find very easily the common language. I think that we also have to keep our common language against those developments.
I start the last round, and I invite everybody of you just to give comments. Okay, good.
Okay. So, but thank you for the question about the Vatican. But I would say there was more general in your talk. I think yes, and this is very important to mention it, that CSCE was a post-war conference. And I think in the behavior or the attitude of the Vatican, we can see this very, very good, not only because they failed in a way during the Second World War, I wouldn't say that they failed completely, but I think they learned a lesson, and we can see that we see a post-war generation, but a generation that survived the war and know what war is. So this theology of preservation of creation is something that is a core of the Vatican idea of the post-war sphere. And so I would say the Vatican learned many things, and the CSCE is, like I said, a coronation of the 20 years before, I would say. We have to think about, in the 50s, the Vatican is a founding member of the International Agency of Using Atomic Energy. They are a founding member of that. And they decided in the early 50s, under Pius XII, to go in this agency or in this organization, to go on the international sphere. But they also decided to work in this international sphere on an idea of having this peacekeeping in mind from the early 50s. And then we see this learning process. Yesterday we heard Katharina McLaren talking about pacem in terris, for example, but I think it started just in the 50s. So it's also a learning process we see, and I think it's not only for the Vatican, I would say it's also for many actors to learn from the Second World War as actors of the Second World War and of participants and of victims of the Second World War, I would say. So it's a very interesting talk from you. Thank you for that.
Okay, I will continue regarding this question about why they stay in. As a political scientist, I have a very simple answer, because they can get more influence when they stay in, but they also get more information. So practically, I think this is a rational choice that they just want to stay in order to get information they could use in their own countries in order to prevent transformations. But also, especially, and that connects me with your question, Markus Meckel, that if the US is withdrawing from this institution, there is less resources, and which means that those countries, especially China, being able and capable of investing more money in this institution, have more saying in this institution. So this is the institutional transformation which could happen. And therefore, I'm also worried about this withdrawal from this institution, especially because we are losing the influence of Western values and norms, but we are also less interested in so-called, it's a more difficult transformation processes outside Europe. The European transformation, despite its drawbacks and fallbacks and backslidings, was still quite easy when we compare that in theoretical sense with transformation from socialism to democracy and market economy. But that's not the case outside, say, Europe, because in Europe there was this fundament that we have this historical fundament and historical experience with democracy, which is not true in other parts of the world. And therefore, this creating and building this kind of civic society and so on is more difficult in countries outside Europe, because this historical tradition is not so present. And what I'm worried is that if we are just losing interest because the transformation is not proceeding according to the timetable, then there are other countries like, for example, China or Russia, interested in taking over this transformation. And then we will be not anymore so much surrounded by democratic countries, but even authoritarian or even totalitarian countries. And that's what I'm worried about as an IR theorist, that we are losing this kind of, let's say, safe belt around Europe, which is pacified, but also friendly vis-a-vis Europe. And this is something we should be worried about.
Yes, in Helsinki, there have been a meeting of politicians, but they were, at the time of the Second World War, soldiers. For instance, Helmut Schmidt met Brezhnev, and both had the experience of brutality, of enormous fighting. And this has been one of the motives, psychological moment. Yes? And now, what kind of war is now going on between Russia, or Russia as aggressor, to Ukraine? What can we draw from this experience? And I'm quite sure, in the end of Putin, really nobody knows how he will end, and what will the answer in Russia on this dictatorship. And I can foresee a lot of debates inside Russia. They have to come to grasp with all the terror and all the brutality that they experienced. So what to do? I would say it's up to us to talk to people in exile here. And we have met yesterday someone. There are activists. Memorial in Germany is now in exile. Irina Sherbakova we will see tomorrow. So there are links. There are hundreds of thousands of people coming from Russia into our countries. We have to build up networks between them, to encourage them, to support them. And then Markus raised really a good question, practically one, how to fill the gap that Trump is not America. Trump is now opening. And come, last sentence, to the beginning of CSCE, the real inspirator of Helsinki, especially the norms, has been an American president, Jimmy Carter.
So, Mario, you have raised up your hand. Please, a short last statement, because we have to go to our hot dog food truck.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to give this remark. Yet, what I wanted to say, when we think about Russia after Putin, then Gert, we have to think about Germany after Hitler. Yeah. Germany wouldn't be a democratic country like it is now without the support and help to have the real, the opening up the all real horror of this totalitarian system, which wasn't done with Russia after Stalin. That is the problem. It is an unfinished business of the democratic people in the West, because they let Russia go after Stalin, like they didn't let Germany go after Hitler.
Yeah. Completely right.
I thank you all for this very stimulating discussion. We are going on, but now we have to go to the food truck, and here are the guides, and please come back in an hour. Thank you very much for this panel and your contributions.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, I hope you enjoyed our special refreshing lunch outside. It's a pleasure to me to moderate this second panel today under the title Helsinki and Civil Courage, the Helsinki Groups in Central and Eastern Europe and Reaction to 1970s to 1980s. I will introduce our speaker to you later. It will be Miroslav, Anna Shabatova, Douglas Salvage, and Gregor Feind. But let me allow some few words about me and my organization, because it might be interesting to you also. Can I have the first slide, please? Yeah, because somehow the history of our journal, now it's entitled Religion Society in East and West, is also connected to the transnational Helsinki process. Founded in 1972, one of the aims of our journal, then called Faith in the Second World, Katharina mentioned it yesterday and also early in this morning, was to report about the churches and religious communities behind the Iron Curtain, as well as violations of religious freedom in the Eastern Bloc. Later, the founder of our journal, the Swiss Protestant priest Eugen Voss, became an official member of the Swiss diplomatic delegations to the CSCE expert meetings on human rights in Ottawa, 1985, and the Human Context in Bern, 1986. As well as the Swiss delegation to the third CSCE follow-up meeting in Vienna at the end of the 1980s. At least Eugen Voss was the first representative of an NGO being part of an official national delegation to these CSCE meetings, and he is one of the founding members of the IGA. Sarah mentioned this organization, international organization, early in the morning. In this sense, Faith in the Second World was part to the Western reactions to the emerging Helsinki groups in Central and Eastern Europe. And Nadezhda, who will join us online, will take later a closer look to the history of our organization in her representation, because she's more objective than me as a predecessor of still working for this organization. To introduce our speakers at the panel, let me show you two covers and one short excerpt of our journal. You can see here on the wall the covers of two special issues on documents of the Moscow-Helsinki group and citizens' initiatives in different Eastern countries. Both documents were published at the end of the 1970s. At the second slide, please. You can see a documentation in German about the foundation of the Ukrainian Helsinki group, its first official documents, and the repressions and persecutions of its members by the Soviet authorities. Unfortunately, Miroslav, I had to admit that the translation of the Ukrainian names is more in a Russian style, and that might be a small but nevertheless speaking sign also for our Western lens, imperial lens, how we are looking to Eastern Europe in the past, because the Ukrainian names are translated or transliterated in a Russian style. Sorry for this. But nevertheless, it's a great pleasure for me to introduce our first speaker, Miroslav Marinovic, who was a founding member of the Ukrainian Helsinki group and a prisoner of consciousness for almost 10 years, due to his advocating for the Helsinki principles and human rights. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, he headed the Amnesty International structure in Ukraine and was also president of the Ukrainian Center of the PEN International, of which he is now an honorary president. Miroslav is also president of the Institute of Religion and Society at the Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv and director's advisors. Given Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, he is also a prominent voice calling for respect for human rights and the responsibility of the churches for a just peace. You can read more about Miroslav's life in Soviet Ukraine and his personal experience of imprisonment in his memoirs, titled The Universe Behind Barbed Wire, Memoirs of a Soviet Ukrainian Dissidents, which I can highly recommend it. There's also a German edition published, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. Today or later on, Miroslav will speak about the Helsinki movement in the Soviet Union. And I'm really grateful to have you here, everybody, or those of you who traveled the last 3 years to Ukraine since the beginning of this full-scale invasion. You know that it might be very long crossing the Polish-Ukrainian border, and I think it could be a very difficult trip. So thanks once again for coming here. Let me introduce the other speakers, and then the floor will be yours. Our next speaker will be Anna Shabatova. Like Miroslav, she's also a contemporary witness and an actor of oppositional action within the Helsinki movement. Anna was born in Brno in 1951. From 1971 to 1973, she was a prisoner for opposition activities. In 1977, she and her husband, Peter Uhl, signed the Charter 77. She was also its spokeswoman in 1986. After the Velvet Revolution, she graduated from university, was deputy ombudsman for 6 years before becoming the ombudsman for the Czech Republic from 2014 to 2020. The next in line will be Gregor Feind, and he is the first academic on our panel. He is a private docent and researcher at the Leibniz Institute of European History in Mainz. In his work, he focuses on the transnational history of East Central Europe, such as the intellectual history of opposition and dissent in late socialism and the history of social engineering in Czechoslovakia. Our next panelist will be Douglas Salvage, from your point of view on the left side, you see it. He is a historian in research division of the Stasi Records Archive in Berlin, where he's completing his forthcoming book called Active Measures in Propaganda, 1966 to 1989, the Stasi, the KGB, and their European allies. He has published very broadly on the history of the KGB and the Stasi. You can find some titles, I think, on the website to this conference. So I don't read all the publications now. And last but not least will be Nadezhda Belyukova. Tell us a little bit more about the religious actors in the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, she can only join us online. Nadezhda, she there already?
I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good to hear you. Nadezhda's research focuses on the history of religious minorities in the Western republics of the late USSR, church diplomacy and transnational networks of religious activities during the Cold War. She pays particular attention to the concepts of religious freedom versus freedom of consciousness and the Soviet legacies and past Soviet states. And she also pays a lot of attention to the role of women in all these dissident movements. I think this aspect could be also very important for our discussion. But now I would like to invite Miroslav for your keynote, please.
Distinguished audience, dear friends, I entitled my paper The Ukrainian Helsinki Group as a Litmus Test for Soviet Totalitarianism. On the eve of the Helsinki Accords, Ukrainian society, like society in other republics of the then USSR, was experiencing an ideological crisis. The hope that the existing totalitarian system could be transformed into communism with human face had vanished. In Ukraine, the so-called Khrushchev thaw ended with 2 waves of arrests in 1965 and 1972, the victims of which were representatives of the freedom-loving creative intelligentsia. Therefore, it was not yet clear what forms future protest activities would take. And it was at this moment that OSCE conference in Helsinki took place in 1975, unexpectedly opening up a new niche for a struggle for freedom. When signing the final act of the Helsinki Accords, Leonid Brezhnev was calm. The Soviet Union was primarily interested in the first 2 baskets of the final act, namely the consolidation of post-war borders and economic cooperation. The Brezhnev regime had no intention of paying attention to the 3rd basket. It means respect for human rights. It was convinced, and he was convinced, that the aforementioned arrests had reliably cleansed society of any protest elements. Fortunately, however, Leonid Brezhnev miscalculated. His signature on the Helsinki document, which guaranteed respect for human rights, simply provoked a test of the extent to which the Soviet regime was complying with its commitments. Thus, within a year, 5 Helsinki groups appeared in the former Soviet Union. Moscow Helsinki Group, May 1976, Ukrainian, you see dates, Lithuanian, Georgian, and Armenian Helsinki groups. The idea of creating the Ukrainian Helsinki Group was appeared during a conversation between Ukrainian writer and dissidents Mykola Rudenko and General Petro Grigorenko in Moscow. After returning to Ukraine, Mykola Rudenko traveled to different cities and invited those who, in his opinion, were psychologically and ideologically ready to join the group. Finally, on November 9, 1976, Mykola Rudenko announced the creation of the Ukrainian Helsinki Group. 2 Western diplomats and journalists at the apartment of Ali Ginsburg in Moscow. 10 persons are considered to be the founding members of the Ukrainian Helsinki Group. I'm honored to be among them. It is not surprising that out of the first 10 founding members of the group, 6 had already served their previous prison terms during the Stalinist or Khrushchev periods, and 2 had been persecuted in the form of punitive psychiatry. Mykola Matosevich and I were the only 2 of the first 10 members of the Ukrainian Helsinki Group who were not heavily persecuted by the Soviet regime before joining the group. We were also the youngest. While joining the group, we both felt the first murmurs of our new fate. On the one hand, we had no illusions. We both understood that we would inevitably end up getting arrested. On the other hand, we also understood that if we declined to join the group now, we would never be able to forgive ourselves. So we decided to accept the invitation. Activities of the group. The first official document of the Ukrainian Helsinki Group was its declaration, written by Mykola Rudenko and signed by all its members, providing their names and addresses. The principal goal of the Ukrainian Helsinki Group was to monitor the implementation of the Helsinki Accords on the territory of Ukraine. Civic and cultural rights, together with religious freedom, were among the most important topics. Nowhere in the declaration did we talk about the political system of the Soviet Union, nor did we suggest the need to overthrow the Soviet regime. However, without explicitly stating it, we made it clear that a totalitarian system prevailed in the country and it had to be changed. We issued reports, memoranda, regarding violations of the Helsinki Accords in Ukraine, and we issued 11 memorandum by the time of my arrest. We distributed them among those member states that stood out in their active efforts to defend human rights, such as the USA, Canada, Great Britain, and West Germany. Foreign diplomats and journalists in Moscow were our intermediary. Thanks to Radio Liberty, Voice of America, the BBC, and Deutsche Welle, information about the creation of the Ukrainian Helsinki Group, as well as the documents we were producing, spread quickly. Relations with other groups. At first, people in the West considered our group to be a Ukrainian branch of the Moscow Helsinki Group. Mykola Rudenko, the head of our group, denied that. Our relations are built on friendship and cooperation, not on subordination. End quote. Although we were completely independent, where the content of our documents was concerned, we were not independent in our ability to transmit them to the West. Here, the assistance of the Moscow-Helsinki Group turned out to be priceless. Even though they might have considered the Ukrainian Helsinki Group's preoccupation with national issues somewhat excessive, or feared it might harm the essence of democratic principles, they never attempted to hinder any of our efforts to contact international representatives. It must therefore be said unequivocally that without their help, the national Helsinki groups would simply not have been able to function. However, even then, there was a noticeable difference between the positions of the Moscow group and other national groups. In short, Russian dissidents recognized only the flaw in the Soviet system. It means its totalitarian nature, one flaw, its totalitarian nature. Instead, they were insensitive to its imperial nature, believing that the regime should only be democratized. Today, it seems rather strange that there was virtually no contact between the four national Helsinki groups. At least I have not heard of any. This can be explained by the fact that all the materials of these four national groups could be transmitted to the West by their members only through Moscow. Therefore, it was with the Moscow-Helsinki group that they had the strongest contacts. Persecutions. Very soon, it became clear, however, that non-underground groups were even more dangerous for the Soviet regime than those underground. After 3 months of hesitation, KGB decided to punish the first 4 members of Moscow and Ukrainian Helsinki groups for, I quote, spreading anti-Soviet propaganda aiming at undermining of the Soviet state and social order. The guilt considered, according to the USSR Criminal Code, to be the most dangerous state crime. During the next few years, authorities arrested 8 members of the Ukrainian Helsinki group, including me, and expelled from the country the other 2. I will ask the moderator to give me one more minute because I would like to share one very important moment from my this time of interrogation. By the end of August 1977, the interrogators had suddenly stopped. When my interrogator announced this, he even hinted, perhaps they will not put you on trial at all. Since I had been reading the press, I understood what he was getting at. The OSCE Belgrade conference was about to begin, and the American delegation was demanding the release of all the incarcerated Helsinki group monitors, including me. So Moscow was ready to release us. However, it appeared that the American delegation was the only one that had appealed for our release, while Europe chose to observe its infamous realpolitik. Thus, my interrogations later resumed, and I was imprisoned. This incident taught me once and for all that one can never trust the self-assured bragging of tyrants. Tyrants do get frightened, perhaps even more deeply. They get scared the most. So please remember that moment. Our court trials were closed to the public, or more precisely, open exclusively for the public chosen by the KGB. None of the members of the Ukrainian group repented during the trial, and therefore all were sentenced to maximum terms. 7 members of the group served their terms in labor camps of a strict or special regime in Perm region, the Russian Federation. Oksana Meshko, who was almost 76 at the time of her second arrest, served her term in exile in extraordinarily difficult circumstances in the far east of Russia. The persecutions had not frightened the non-agreeing in Ukraine. Vice versa, they had mobilized a protesting part of Ukrainian society. As a result, during the 80s, the Ukrainian group experienced 2 more waves of membership, which were inevitably persecuted. It has been suggested that there were 41 members of the Ukrainian Helsinki group in total. Our group had never announced its dissolution and continued its activities either in a prison or abroad. For the whole period of its existence, only one renunciation, Oles Berdnik, in a camp, and one suicide, Mikhailo Melnik, took place. On July 7, 1988, that is in the times of Gorbachev's perestroika, some members of the Ukrainian Helsinki group declared the foundation of the Ukrainian Helsinki Union with clear political goals. The latter, in fact, was a prototype of a political party. Conclusions. One can only marvel that the Ukrainian Helsinki group could exist at all, given the horrific conditions of the time. Lyudmila Alexeyeva, a member of the Moscow Helsinki group and a staunch defender of the rule of law, always emphasized that she and her colleagues considered the members of the Ukrainian Helsinki group to be kamikazes headed for inevitable sacrifice. Today, it is difficult to even imagine the harsh conditions in which our group worked. Every scribble left on the table would be scrutinized by the KGB or confiscated during searches. Any person mentioned in those notes was automatically at risk of interrogations by the KGB. Even visiting someone's home or meeting a person on the street would automatically place that person on the KGB's list of suspects. We were therefore responsible not only for our own lives, but also for the lives of others. Thus, the meaning and historical value of our documents lay not so much in their intellectual perfection, as in the effect that they had, namely that they were expressed at the particular historical moment. The situation in the Soviet Union needed people to serve like a litmus test to illustrate the totalitarian nature of the Soviet regime. Statements by the various Helsinki groups cut through the silence and thus had an explosive effect. It is also important to assess the Helsinki movement from today's perspective, of course, as seen from my Ukrainian perspective. Without diminishing the significance of the first two baskets of the Final Act, it must be acknowledged that the third basket, with its human rights commitments, was the most transformative. Through it, European civilization spoke to the peoples behind the Soviet Iron Curtain with a powerful ethical appeal that inspired human hearts. Based on these values, new international structures grew and appropriate procedures were developed, which served as a great support to the new international security system. But 50 years later, the world is different, and the actors are different, and yet the challenge is the same. No one in this hall today or outside on streets of Helsinki is unaware of Russia's extraordinary actions over the past 3 years, and I would be condoning them if I remained silent in this August gathering. The Helsinki Accords gave us all a voice and an obligation to state the obvious, namely the utterly destructive activities of the Russian Federation as state party to the Helsinki Accords. It has turned out that the OSCE was simply not prepared for a situation in which the successor to the USSR, the Russian Federation, began to methodically destroy the aforementioned international security system. The OSCE procedures did not provide for sanctions against states that violate the fundamental principles of this organization. By launching a large-scale war against Ukraine, Russia violated all possible security agreements concluded with Ukraine and openly declared its ultimate goal, the dismantling of Ukrainian statehood and the destruction of Ukrainian identity as such. The Kremlin publicly announced to humanity another final solution to the national question, only this time not Jewish, but Ukrainian. And at this decisive historical moment, the OSCE failed to mount a strong protest against the radical breakdown of the international order. It turned out that the OSCE, like the UN Security Council, the Red Cross, and other security structures that emerged after World War II, is practically paralyzed by its own procedures. These procedures no longer reflect its ethical foundations. Just as Nazi Germany's aggression buried the League of Nations, taking advantage of its inertia and helplessness, so Russia's aggression has undermined the reputation of the UN Security Council and the OSCE. I realize how drastic my conclusion may be for many of those present. However, I have the moral right to say this, because 50 years ago, it was the powerful ethical appeal of the Helsinki Accord that encouraged me and my colleagues to respond to it, paying for it with our long-term prison terms. The values of the Helsinki Accords became part of my life, and I never regretted it. I still cherish them today. There is no doubt that such an organization should exist, but its effectiveness will depend on its ability to respond swiftly to the illegal actions of any aggressor. The speed of the response will depend on a differently organized legal framework and decision-making processes. This event of ours celebrates not just dissidents who spoke up later, but also those creative diplomats and political experts who 50 years ago crafted an effective means to speak the truth in difficult circumstances. Therefore, I urge everyone present to do everything possible to ensure that the OSCE once again speaks the language of values and, in particular, stands up with the victims of aggression. Thank you very much.
Don't know if it works. Thank you very much, Miroslav, for your insights in the foundation of the Ukrainian Helsinki group, and also for linking the past with the present, the war of aggression against Ukraine. I think we'll discuss also this aspect later in our panel discussion. But before, I would like to invite Anna Shabatova to continue with her presentation. She will present it in German, but there will be a consecutive translation as well.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, liebe Freunde, ich entschuldige mich, aber ich spreche nicht Englisch, ich werde Deutsch sprechen. Am Anfang etwas Persönliches. Ich war 24. Gerade war ich aus dem Gefängnis entlassen worden. Er auch, Peter Uhl. Aber damals kannten wir uns noch nicht. Wir lernten uns erst ein paar Monate später kennen. Bald darauf heirateten wir. Damals wussten wir nicht, was der nächste Tag bringen würde. Die Gesellschaft war geschlossen, die Opposition zersplittert, alles schien unbeweglich. Aber eines wussten wir, wir wollten nicht schweigen, wir wollten uns nicht anpassen. Und genau zu dieser Zeit, im Sommer 1975, kam Helsinki. Ein offizielles Ereignis weit entfernt von unserem Alltag. Aber als wir den Text lasen, veränderte sich etwas. Ein Bekenntnis zu den Menschenrechten, unterzeichnet auch von unserem Staat, das war wichtig. Damals wussten wir noch nicht, was wir damit anfangen sollten. Aber plötzlich war da eine Stütze, ein Rahmen, Worte, die wir benutzen konnten. Und 1,5 Jahre später, als wir Charta 77 gründeten, mit vielen anderen natürlich, wussten wir, hier fing es an in Helsinki. Es war kein Plan, es war ein Impuls zum Mut und wir haben ihn angenommen. Vor Helsinki viele Regimekritiker arbeiteten isoliert in kleinen Gruppen, die oft nichts voneinander wussten. Und sehr offen war das geheimlich, nicht offen, das ist wichtig. Aber nach Helsinki plötzlich hielten wir etwas in der Hand, das auch sie, das heißt die Macht, unterschrieben hatten. Ein Text von der Freiheit, Würde und Menschenrechten sprach. Es war ein Weg, nicht nur moralisch zu argumentieren, sondern auch rechtlich. Das konnte man nicht mehr so einfach vom Tisch wischen. Zum ersten Mal konnten wir sagen, ihr habt euch verpflichtet, aber ihr haltet euch nicht daran. Wir hatten eine starke Grundlage, die verständlich war. Und wir wussten, dass es nicht nur unser inneres Gefühl war, sondern eine Tatsache. Und dann kam die Charta 77. Alles begann mit Repressionen gegen die Underground-Musikszene. Und wir wussten, dass wir nicht mehr schweigen konnten. Wir persönlich mit meinem Mann haben wir schon die Petitionen vor Charta, die solidarisch mit Plastic People unterschrieben haben. Der Text Charta 77 bezog sich direkt auf die Schlussakte von Helsinki. Aber was ist wichtig? Und auf internationale Pakte, zwei Pakte, die im Jahre 1968 unterschrieben waren, aber nicht ratifiziert waren. Ja? Und nach Helsinki, ein paar Monate, im Frühling 1976, waren sie auch ratifiziert. Und das heißt, sie wurden gedruckt und offiziell herausgegeben in einer Sammlung der Gesetze. Ja? Und das war wichtig, jeder konnte das für eine Krone 20 Helle kaufen, auf einer Prager Adresse. Ein Moment, historischer Moment. Die Pakten machten die Struktur des Textes Charta. Ja? Helsinki machten Rahmen und Pakten Struktur. Es war eine rechtliche und symbolische Bezugnahme. Ihr habt euch dazu bekannt und tun nichts. Menschen, die sich sonst nie begegnet wären, unterzeichneten plötzlich denselben Text. Und das war stark. Eine Gemeinschaft entstand. Und was auch sehr wichtig war, von diesem Moment haben wir alles öffentlich gemacht. Alles publiziert mit unseren Namen und auch sehr oft mit unseren Adressen. Ja? Das war wirklich großer Unterschied zwischen der Zeit vor Helsinki oder am Anfang der 70er und dann später. Charta war keine einmalige Aktion. Es entstand ein lebendiges Raum, in dem wir uns gegenseitig halfen. Die Charta war ein starker Impuls, von dem Initiativen, Ideen und konkrete Hilfe ausgingen. Auch andere Initiativen, die eigenes Leben haben. Wir gründeten zum Beispiel das Komitee zur Verteidigung der zu Unrecht Verfolgten. Im Westen alle Leute meinten, dass es Charta-Institut ist, aber es war nicht so formell. Wir haben die Leute, die sehr kontrollierten die Charta-Sauberkeit Und dieses Komitee musste neben entstehen. Ja? Wir halfen jenen, die von Repression betroffen waren. Wir sammelten Informationen, dokumentierten Fälle, machten sie öffentlich. Wir gaben regelmäßig Berichte über das, was geschehen heraus, für uns selbst, aber auch für die Welt. Wir haben vom 68 Anfang ein Bulletin gemacht. Es war auch offiziell nicht Charta-Bulletin, aber das niemand später wusste. Aber es wurde von meinem Mann gegründet und nach einem Jahr auch mit seiner Adresse publiziert. Und es hat 12 Jahre als Bulletin der Informationen über die Charta gedient. Alle Dokumente, alle Kommuniqué von uns und noch andere Nachrichten oder Feuilletons oder andere Informationen, zum Beispiel über die Kultur oder andere Aktivitäten. Charta hatte kein Büro, keinen Chef und kein Budget, aber sie hielt stand, weil sie Sinn stiftete und Vertrauen hatte. Ja? Und sie haltete die Kontinuität. Ja? Auch wenn die Leute ins Gefängnis gegangen sind, immer jemand anderer hatte die Rolle der Charta-Sprecher übernommen. Weil es passierte, dass die Charta-Sprecher, die immer 3 waren, auch ins Gefängnis gegangen sind. Ja? Und das war wichtig. Es hat sich nicht gelungen, diese Struktur zu liquidieren, weil es war ein großer Hintergrund hinter 3 Charta-Sprecher. Es war Hintergrund hunderten Leuten, ja, und immer etwas war vorbereitet, immer jemand war vorbereitet, die Rolle zu nehmen. Wir wussten, wir sind nicht allein. Und das war entscheidend für unsere Ausdauer. Die Polen waren oft einen Schritt voraus. Sie inspirierten uns und wir unterstützen sie. Charta war am Anfang diskutiert, ob wir den Modellchor übernehmen oder nicht. Aber der Modell war anders. Das war ganz offen für alle Mitbürger. Nie wie Chor, nie wie Helsinki-Gruppen. Ja? Auch in der DDR entstanden ähnliche Bewegungen. Wir tauschten Informationen aus und hielten zusammen. Einige Aktivisten besuchten uns in unserer Wohnung in Prag. In Budapest war es intellektuell lebendig. Wir standen in Kontakt. 1980 kamen Laszlo Rajk, Jerry Bense und Maria Kovács nach Prag. Wir führten ein großes Gespräch mit ihnen, das wir später veröffentlichten. Wir bewunderten den Mut der sowjetischen Dissidenten. Ihre Situation war besonders schwer. Wir waren nicht mehr allein, auch andere hörten uns. Das gab uns Schutz und auch die Hoffnung. Unterstützung aus dem Ausland und aus Nachbarländern war wichtig. Sie gab uns Mut, Inspiration und konkrete Hilfe. Wie ich schon gesagt habe, vor Helsinki, es war, als wäre alles stehen geblieben. Geschichte bewegte sich nicht. Das Dokument war wie ein geöffnetes Fenster. Ja, er brachte frischen Wind und neue Hoffnung. Es ging nicht mehr nur um Moral. Wir hatten etwas in der Hand, das auch für sie, die Macht, verbindlich war. Und das war eine neue Kraft. Wir konnten sprechen mit dem Bewusstsein, dass wir Recht haben und wir haben auch die Beweise dafür. Ja, und was für heute? Ich habe das ein paar Worte vorbereitet. Was ist wichtig? Die Situation kann man immer ändern. Das ist sehr wichtig. Und wir brauchen eine gute Wille zum Dialog, Offenheit. Wir brauchten Konsequenz in Völkerrecht, mit Ukraine sicher, zwischen Russland, aber auch in Israel und Gaza, weil dann ist es nicht zum Beispiel Position der Tschechischen Republik in ukrainischen Sache ist sehr gut. Ja, ist ganz offen und eindeutig. Ja? Aber die Situation vis-à-vis Nahen Osten ist meiner Meinung nach sehr hypokritisch und das macht auch ganze diese Situation nicht so gut. Was damals galt, sollte auch heute gelten. Wir brauchen Mut und Verantwortung und es kommt einmal Fenster der Angelegenheit. Ich bin überzeugt, dass er kommt. Haben alle verstanden? Das ist nicht nötig. Ja. Weil ich habe zu Hause durch eine elektronische Intelligenz englische Kopie gemacht. Und die Kollegin hat das, aber ich meine, ich habe es ein wenig verändert während der, aber es ist nicht nötig. Nein, das Englisch.
Who needs a short English summary by Anna?
Ja, die Kollegin wird das übersetzen. Ja.
Okay, no translation is needed. Then we're going to proceed with Gregor, and thank you very much, Anna, for your touching statement. Nobody raised his hand, so we proceed.
Well, actually, that helps me a little because Anna Shabatova actually spoke about what I'm going to speak about. So obviously, I'm not going to give a translation of his speech, but reflect on very much the same topic from my academic perspective. Yes. Is the PowerPoint starting already? No. Thank you. Shortly after the conclusion of no, that's there should be actually a first slide. Yeah. There we go. All right. Shortly after the conclusion of the Helsinki Accords, the oppositional sphere in East Central Europe changed for good, and we've heard about that in several presentations today. Miroslav Marinovic told us about this, and Anna Shabatova told us about this in a very broad perspective. And this is like a wonderful introduction to my talk. In Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, dissidents spoke out in public to demand human rights, and new oppositional organizations emerged. The spirit of Helsinki spread across East Central Europe, linked oppositional actors within the region and within the several countries, and brought them into contact with supporters in the West. But how did the concept of human rights fuel oppositional action, and how did it spread across borders? That's what I'm going to discuss today. Now there's something wrong with it. This is the picture that I wanted to show right now. In the first step, I will discuss dissident legalism. On the 23rd of September 1976, a group of 14 intellectuals and activists published an open letter to both Poland's society and the state power in the People's Republic of Poland. The Workers' Defense Committee, or KOR for its Polish acronym, demanded amnesty for workers who had participated in strikes in June of that year and who had been brutally suppressed by the police. Up to 2,500 workers were arrested, many being mistreated or sentenced to longer periods of imprisonment. Several thousand workers were laid off. KOR organized support, and you'll see one meeting of KOR here from 1979. I didn't find a picture of the original group. KOR organized support, social, medical, and mostly financial aid for the prisoners, the families, and the families of those who had lost their work. KOR substantiated their action with binding law and blended workers' rights with more general civic and political rights. They explicated, and I quote, "The repression applied to the workers constitutes a violation of fundamental human rights recognized both by international law and by Polish legislation. The right to work, to strike, the right to freely express one's beliefs, the right to participate in meetings and demonstrations," end of quote. This open letter was the founding moment of the first public oppositional organization in the Soviet bloc, and its strategy was legalism. All KOR demanded was that the state follow the law. In this vein, lawyers affiliated with KOR provided legal advice and representation to workers in court. However, the legalist strategy itself predated the Helsinki Accords. In 1974, Jacek Kuron, one of the masterminds behind KOR, advised young nonconformists to educate themselves and to study the criminal code in order to avoid any offenses. He said, "Let them trample on the law, not us." Along these lines, Kuron and other intellectuals protested against amendments to the Polish Constitution in 1975, advocating for the basic civic and political rights guaranteed by this constitution. This action did not succeed in 1975, but legalism had shown to be effective as both an ideological foundation for protest and as a strategy for oppositional action. Legalism became a model for oppositional action that spread well beyond Poland. And this form of legalism differed from strict adherence to legal processes that we could find in a liberal democracy. Czech historian Michal Kopeček emphasized that the oppositional action of the 1970s was not in, he said, but before the rule of law. For some dissidents, legalism was a fundamental point of their action. For others, it was merely a strategy, a political strategy. But in both cases, these attempts to live as if the law mattered provided a powerful tool to challenge the state. As a second means of opposition, I will now turn to the normative language of human rights. On 1st January 1977, a group of Czechoslovak artists, intellectuals, and other regime critics published the Declaration of Charter 77, and we've heard about that work quite extensively from Anna Shabatova. The signatories invoked the international pacts on civil and cultural rights, which had been published in the Czechoslovak Code of Laws just a few months earlier. They asserted that from that time, citizens had the right and the state had the obligation to adhere to these pacts. However, the signatories went on to say that in Czechoslovakia these rights not only existed on paper, not only existed on paper. Tens of thousands, I quote, tens of thousands of citizens are not allowed to work in their own profession simply for holding opinions that differ from those of the authorities. Another quote, hundreds of thousands of other citizens are denied the right to freedom from fear. And the list of human rights violations extended beyond that. It ranged from restrictions on freedom of information and public expression to limitations on religious activities. The legalism of Charter 77 extended the example of CORE. But with the emphasis on human rights, this declaration completely rewrote the script of oppositional activity. The concept of human rights that Charter 77 invoked was not particularly new in East Central Europe. It was a key feature of Czechoslovak and Polish reform communism in the 1960s, and it was integral to the efforts of legal scholars in Hungary or Czechoslovakia to promote a so-called socialist legality. What was new was the function of human rights in providing a platform that transcended ideological divisions. Charter 77 described itself as a, quote, open association of people of different convictions, different faiths, different professions, united by the will to strive individually or jointly for the respect of civil and human rights in our country and throughout the world. This did not reflect the ideational content of human rights. This did not reflect on the ideational content of human rights, but on the role of human rights as a moral, as a post-ideological consensus, a consensus reconciling the diverse strands of opposition in East Central Europe. And Anna Shabatova just spoke about this, that opposition before Helsinki was fractured, and not only in Czechoslovakia, but similarly in Poland, and I'll come to Hungary just in a moment. It was fractured before that, and the language of human rights provided a platform to unite those different currents. It bridged the division between left and right, between religious and secular dissidents, or between legalist dissidents and those with a more political stance. The normative language of human rights created a sense of togetherness and sustained oppositional identity politics. With its moral argumentation, the language of human rights also distanced itself from politics, leading towards the concept of anti-politics that would become fundamental for the further development of opposition in Czechoslovakia and Hungary. And finally, the language of human rights promised recognition, both within the domestic sphere and in the West. And that brings me to my third point, the transnational trajectory. In 1979, when regime critics in Hungary came together, they did not form a human rights group of their own. Instead, they expressed solidarity with Czechoslovak dissidents and protested against the persecution of signatories of Charter 77, as well as against the persecution of the Czechoslovak Aid Committee, VONS. This protest was reported by Agence France Presse and publicized to a Western audience, something that was pretty typical at that moment for dissident actions in East Central Europe. Anti-communist opposition in Hungary emerged much later, and it remained smaller than in Poland or Czechoslovakia. However, Hungarian dissidents exemplified the cross-border appropriation of oppositional methods, ranging from legalism and the language of human rights, to the organizational structures of aid committees and practical techniques such as samizdat printing. For example, the Hungarian Aid Committee, CETA, was basically modeled on CORE, just as WONS was to some extent modeled on CORE. On the other hand, the Polish movement Robczo that came after CORE was modeled on Charter 77. So there's a clear transfer of and appropriation of organizational models. This process of mutual assistance stemmed from a sense of transnational solidarity. Just as dissidents in different countries invoked a sense of solidarity within their own societies, bringing together various political groups and social classes, they also applied this sense of togetherness to other regime critics throughout the bloc. This transnational trajectory of dissent extended beyond the Eastern Bloc. Just as the Hungarian dissidents received attention in Western media, CORE maintained continuous contact with foreign correspondents in Warsaw. A week after its initial publication in Czechoslovakia, the declaration of Charter 77 appeared in major Western newspapers such as the New York Times and the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung or Le Monde. With their post-ideological moral language of human rights, these dissidents in Warsaw, Prague or Budapest found a ready-made audience abroad, an audience that reacted to the invocation of human rights in general, regardless of which rights in particular these activists invoked. And at the same time, the invocation of human rights made the struggle of East Central European activists accessible to a Western audience, regardless what they actually stood for, what they actually addressed. And with this broad understanding and this openness of human rights as a moral, as a normative language, it also appealed to very different groups of support in the West. And one could say that a Western audience read very much into those East Central European activists. For CORE, Charter 77 and other groups, Western support promised moral or financial support, but also a way to protect themselves from severe persecution, and to some extent that succeeded. Let me come to a conclusion. It is clear that the final act of the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe amplified the evolution of an open opposition in Poland, Czechoslovakia and Hungary. However, we should not mistake the effect of the Helsinki Accord to be a one-sided transfer of ideas, a one-sided transfer from west to east. Some scholars have argued in the past. Similarly, we should avoid conflating the history of dissent and opposition in East Central Europe into one general story. Instead, the international human rights discourse, for which Helsinki was a landmark, provided a platform for diverse oppositional actions and actors in East Central Europe. It contributed to the basis for dissident legalism, anchored the language of human rights, which became a unifying factor for dissidents, and it raised the international awareness of human rights violations in the Eastern Bloc. Through all of this, Helsinki impacted hugely on the agency of dissidents, and it was fundamental to the emergence of the dissident as a social transnational figure in the 1970s. Its most fundamental impact, the most fundamental impact of the Helsinki spirit, was symbolic and empathetic, as Helsinki created a sense of togetherness in East Central Europe, and it overcame the moral division between the East and the West. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gregor, and also for pointing out this, I think, these three very important aspects, dissident legalism, the language, and also the international, transnational trajectories. And I think we'll discuss this aspect maybe also later, and next in line will be now Douglas Selvage.
Well, I'm very honored to be on this panel. The title of my presentation is perhaps a little bit different than the title of the panel, but it's basically Beyond Helsinki Groups, Helsinki Activism in East Germany from 1975 to 1989. So what role did the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe play in the collapse of communism in the German Democratic Republic? Did it play a role at all? Although the CSCE process played, in my opinion, a larger role in the collapse of communism in East Germany than in many other Soviet bloc states, the path leading to this collapse was different than elsewhere in the Warsaw Pact. Helsinki activism in the GDR, I will argue, was quite limited in the sense of any successful attempt to establish a Helsinki group to fight for human rights. The first such group, the Initiative for Peace and Human Rights, was established only in 1986. This raises the question, which I will seek to answer: why was there no Helsinki group in the GDR before 1986? In fact, in the case of East Germany, it was the steadily growing movement to emigrate from the GDR to West Germany that eventually contributed to the collapse of the Berlin Wall and later contributed also to the end of communism in East Germany. It was also this movement to emigrate that most consistently based its activism upon the CSCE Final Act. In general, the most destabilizing aspect of the CSCE process for the GDR did not come from domestic opposition in the form of a Helsinki group, but in the form of pressure from citizens seeking to immigrate to West Germany. Okay, I'll start by talking about the CSCE process and the East German opposition. Why was there no human rights movement or a Helsinki group in the GDR before 1986? The secret police of the East German Ministry for State Security, the Stasi, credited themselves with this dubious distinction. In the summer of 1977, there was a false alarm. According to the Stasi, initial contacts between opposition circles in Jena and Naumburg, Charter 77, and the West Berlin organization Schutzkomitee Freiheit und Sozialismus were threatening to lead to the development of a so-called civil rights movement in the GDR, similar to Charter 77. A group of theology students in Naumburg were also privately distributing their own human rights charter from a Christian perspective, Peace and Justice Today. Through various demoralization measures, individual arrests, and disciplinary measures taken within the churches, under pressure from the East German authorities, the Stasi successfully demoralized and dispersed the various opposition circles, and thus the Stasi's own manufactured threat of an East German Helsinki group. Despite the Stasi's assertions, the CSCE had little influence upon dissidents in the GDR before 1985, at least direct influence. Although an active dialogue took place in some church circles regarding the CSCE and human rights, the East German opposition had no intention of establishing a Helsinki group. East German dissident Ulrike Poppe writes, and I quote, "The members of the opposition in the GDR did not devote as much attention to the CSCE process as in the other Eastern Bloc states," unquote. Those opposed to the policies of the East German regime assembled mainly in the independent peace movement in response to the growing militarization of East German society that had begun at the end of the 1970s. The singularity of Germany's division also played a key role. The activities of the West German peace movement could be viewed on a daily basis in the GDR thanks to the broadcasts of West German television, and contacts between East and West German peace movements steadily grew throughout the 1980s. Nevertheless, the Helsinki process did have a large indirect influence upon opposition in East Germany. Dissidents in the GDR who would later play a key role in the peaceful revolution of 1989, including Ulrike and Gerd Poppe, Wolfgang Templin, and Ludwig Mehlhorn, had already made contact at the end of the 1970s with Charter 77, especially Peter Uhl and Anna Szabatova. They visited their apartment often, and two Polish groups citing Helsinki to justify their activities, CORE, which was already discussed, and the Citizens Movement to Defend Human and Civil Rights, or OPCIO. Through these contacts, they learned new strategies for opposition, including living in the truth and living as if, that is, as if the guarantees of human and civil rights in the various communist constitutions were binding and true. Charter 77 and CORE had developed these strategies for creating a civil society independent from the Communist Party state, partly by taking seriously the signatures of their respective states under the human rights provisions of CSCE. In the mid-1980s, the East German opposition's growing connections with Helsinki groups in Eastern Europe sparked a debate within the East German peace movement over the relative place of human rights in their activism. The debate reached its zenith in 1986 with the establishment of the Initiative for Peace and Human Rights. In 1986, members of the East German peace and human rights movements, along with Charter 77, contributed to a joint memorandum to the CSCE follow-up conference in Vienna. The memorandum, entitled Filling the Helsinki Agreement with Real Life, called for the establishment of human rights throughout Europe, détente from below, and an end to the existing military blocs and a constitution for Europe. Still within the East German opposition, debates continued over whether to focus more on peace or more on human rights. So this brings me to the movement to emigrate from the GDR. Ironically, from the viewpoint of the East German opposition, the Helsinki Final Act arguably served, indirectly, to limit the potential for opposition inside the GDR, especially in the quantitative sense. The opposition movements inside the GDR were much smaller than in Czechoslovakia or in Poland. This was due in part to the peculiarity of Germany's division. Many, or indeed most, East Germans who found the communist regime insufferable did not form or join an opposition circle or group. Instead, they sought to immigrate to West Germany. It's interesting to note that in July 1976, that's before the establishment of CORE, before Charter 77, a doctor in Riese, Karl-Heinz Nitschke, put forward a petition for the full implementation of human rights in the GDR, which referred specifically to the CSCE Final Act. And it was signed by 33 other individuals in Riese, but all of them sought to have their human rights fulfilled by being allowed to immigrate to West Germany. Nitschke was put into prison, but he was released along with one of the imprisoned human rights activists shortly before the Belgrade follow-up conference of CSCE, so that this would not become an issue there. They were released and they were bought free by West Germany, which paid for people who were political prisoners who later were sent to West Germany. At the same time, the East German regime toughened the laws against immigration to West Germany, but still the Stasi and the East German communists had to fight an ongoing battle, especially against particular NGOs in the West, which they called enemy organizations, such as the International Society for Human Rights, which publicized the fate of individuals who applied to immigrate or to leave from the East Germany. In many cases, they ended up in prison and they had to be bought free by the West German government. Some of them, of course, were never bought free, and this was one of the risks you took by trying to apply to immigrate from East Germany. The East German Party was even more sharply attacked than at Belgrade by the petitioners for immigration and their supporters after the Madrid follow-up conference of the CSCE from 1980 to 1983. At the conference, Moscow made specific concessions with regard to immigration. The attitude of Moscow was, sure, we can say that they can apply to immigrate, we can even say they can reapply to immigrate, but then we just say no. And why don't you just do that to East Germany? But the problem for East Germany is that they were growing increasingly economic dependent on loans from West Germany. So what Erich Honecker ended up doing, the East German leader, was because of these concessions at Madrid, he knew that he would have to change the East German laws, but before this was made public, that's when they started negotiations with West Germany over the billion D-Mark credit. And then they basically sold the same concessions twice. And this was one of the ways that Helsinki, or the Helsinki process, enabled the immigration movement from East Germany. Honecker made the mistake of thinking, well, I'm going to let, there's like 40,000 applications for immigration. Well, I'm going to let all of them go to West Germany, and then that'll be the end of it. Wrong. Of course, then everybody said, oh, wow, we can immigrate. So then that's another story, very complicated. They already started occupying embassies like they later did in 1989. So that's one aspect where this activism can be seen. Let's see. So, of course, the East German regime considered itself to be a victim of Moscow's concessions at the CSCE meeting in Madrid, and it's something that they made clear to the Soviets, and it's something that the East German Minister of State Security made clear to his Soviet counterpart, Yuri Andropov. Of course, Gorbachev's CSCE policies were an even greater problem. He used the Vienna follow-up conference of the CSCE from 1986 to 9 as a platform to prove to the West that he was serious about domestic reforms. Of course, the East German regime was not serious about domestic reforms, but this created pressure on them to make concessions. At Vienna, the Soviet Union made fundamental concessions in Basket 3. Four of these concessions were particularly important for East Germany. The legal review of administrative decisions. This meant that people could reapply to immigrate from East Germany. Freedom to travel and mobility. The legalization of Helsinki groups. And the review of implementation of decisions related to CSCE. This meant that most of the provisions in East German criminal law against applicants for immigration had to be dropped or revised. Once again, this did not mean an end to legal discrimination, but the numbers of applications grew astronomically, and shortly after Vienna, the GDR's border guards received orders to stop shooting at East Germans trying to escape across the border. Even more dramatically, on September 10th, 1989, Hungary's communist government announced its decision to open its border to Austria. It thus legalized the mass flight of East Germans who had already begun gathering in Hungary and had already begun traveling across the border. The Hungarians justified their decision by citing the decisions of the Vienna Conference of the CSCE, along with the UN Convention on Refugees. On October 7th, 1989, in order to end the growing wave of immigration, Egon Krenz, head of the Security Division of the SED Central Committee, presented Honecker with 3 variants to solve the problem of illegal immigration. Krenz selected the 3rd variant himself after he replaced Honecker as General Secretary, namely to guarantee every citizen of the GDR a passport and the right to travel or leave the GDR. On November 9th, 1989, a representative of the East German Politburo, Günter Schabowski, held a press conference in which he announced the new travel regulations, and he made the mistake of saying, well, as far as he knew, they were effective immediately. The result came shortly thereafter, the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the end of communism in East Germany. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation, Douglas, sketching up this rather, I think, special case of the GDR and the immigration movement in comparison to the other Eastern European countries. Now we switch to an online presentation by Nadezhda Belyakova. Nadezhda, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Right.
Okay, we can see and hear you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you see my picture?
Yes.
Wonderful. So, my presentation is about Soviet believers' engagement with the Helsinki Final Act and the transnational mobilizing of religious freedom activism. So here can you see my outline? I'd like to briefly introduce you how the Helsinki Final Act reshaped the discourse on the status of religion in Eastern Bloc, especially in the USSR. My own research perspective has been shaped by my work on the history of religious minorities across Soviet republics. Before my departure from Russia, I studied archival materials in different Soviet republics, and among the sea of official documents written by bureaucrats, there are a lot of personal or collective letters numbering in thousands, offer us a rare insight into how believers communicated with Soviet authorities. And so and let me make a short remark about the Act on Cooperation and Security in Europe, also supported by the Soviet Union, unexpectedly led Soviet authorities to feel the need to publish laws about religious organization in all Soviet republics. However, a surprising side effect was the marginalized and outdated religious actors, as seen by the Soviet Union, were willing to use ideas from the Helsinki Agreement and to find more possibilities for their groups within or outside of the Soviet Union. My first example or first case is a letter from Lithuanian bishop on the Soviet constitution. It's such a case of legalism or legal mobilization with Helsinki force. So it was a crucial precedent for the Soviet Union. The officially recognized church leadership was entering into dialogue with the authorities, proposing the incorporation of norms enshrined in the Helsinki Accords into the country's constitution. Here you can read their proposals. I don't have time to read it all, but the letter makes direct references to the point 7 of Section 1 of the Helsinki Final Act, and interestingly, few references to Section 3, which was dedicated to human rights. In essence, the authors engage in a direct polemic with the Soviet understanding on the principle of freedom of conscience, drawing on Helsinki norm, but they mimicking in return to socialist Leninist ideals about separation of church and state. And so I come now to another example comes from one of the most marginalized religious groups. It's from Pentecostals of the Soviet Union wishing to immigrate for religious reasons. This appeal shows how believers from far Siberia began to appropriate the language of international law and human rights, citing the Universal Declaration, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the Helsinki Final Act to articulate their claims for religious freedom. This appeal from Stanislav and Nadezhda Zherdeva began. It was signed in 1980 from Stockholm as a human rights group of evangelical Christian Pentecostals on behalf of and on instruction of Pentecostals Christians from all USSR who wish to repatriate to the United States of America. They use this term repatriate. These appeals preserved in archive of the Swiss non-governmental organization Glaube in der Zweiten Welt Faith in the Second World, which collected materials on violation of religious freedom in socialist bloc countries, is located in a separate folder containing a set of letters, biographies of Pentecostals seeking the right to collect departure from the Soviet Union. It introduced us to the complex and often overlooked world of Soviet evangelicals, Christians, different religious minorities groups who lived in remote settlements of the Soviet Union and try to immigrate from this country. These voices would likely have remained unheard if it weren't for the actors who helped bring them to the broader public attention. This leads me to the second key dimension, the role of transnational religious and civil society networks. Key issue about what I'd like to speak at is about the role of grassroots faith initiatives, or sometimes they were faith-based NGOs in the West, in different West countries. And these organizations did not merely support official diplomatic channels, they often work independently at a time in contrast to official policy to amplify the voices of Soviet believers. Among the most prominent was the Swedish Slavic Mission, which maintained connection with unregistered Baptist communities in the different parts of Soviet Union. But two organizations played during Helsinki process a particularly pivotal role. The first one is Keston College in UK, founded by Canon Michael Bordeaux, which became a hub for English-speaking audience. And the second one is Glaube in der Zweiten Welt in Switzerland, founded by Reformed pastor Eugen Voss, which focused on the German-speaking world. This organization didn't just collect stories, it produced comprehensive information packets, legal analysis, media digest, and what we might now call as fact-checking. So the letter I quoted earlier was preserved in the archive of this organization. It's having helped bring these stories and this violation on human rights of believers into circulation. The next challenge was to make sure they reach the right audience. And collecting and creating information was only the first step. What followed was the strategic effort to reach influential actors, major human rights organizations, diplomats, and academic and political institutions in the West. Pastor Eugen Voss, for instance, distributed his materials to university libraries and policy centers that focused in Eastern Europe. He also co-founded the Wiener Kreis, a non-formal initiative in Vienna, together with Catholic Archbishop of Vienna, Cardinal Franz König, that hosted briefings for diplomats on religious freedom. And he became Switzerland's representative in official Helsinki-related bodies, and he received the possibility to speak about religious freedom in Eastern Bloc countries and to discuss it in this process. So I come to conclusion in my short presentation. I'd like to highlight this reflection that first, during the Helsinki process, religious actors made considerable efforts to ensure that religious freedom would be recognized as an integral part of human rights discourse in Europe. Second, it was a process of double inclusion. Not only were religious rights brought into the human rights agenda, but previously invisible actors, believers from Eastern Europe, were also brought into this agenda. And Western faith-based NGOs played a vital role in amplifying these voices, forming new transnational Christian advocacy networks that crossed borders and political lines. In doing so, they laid the groundwork for the global discourse on religious freedom, a discourse which remains as vital and controversial today as it was then. So it is striking how powerful was the drive for inclusion was at that time, the idea of giving a voice to who had known in authoritarian system, who had been excluded from the public sphere and marginalized. Thank you for your attention. I am happy to be with you together. I am sorry that it is only online, but better so is nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nadezhda, for your online presentation and also for using so many sources from our archive. Please stay online for the discussion. I think due to the limited time, I will open it immediately to all of you, raising questions to our panelists. And Andre, will you collect 2 or 3 questions, and then we may, could somebody collect the questions with the microphone? Okay, then I will go. Are there any questions right now? Yeah, Rio in the back. And then Markus Meckel.
Thank you for all the presentations, very informative and inspiring. And I have a simple historical question. Helsinki Final Act was signed on August 1st, 1975. And then in the Soviet Union, the first group was established in 1976. Charter 77 was signed in January 77. Why did it take so long? Was there any other incentive for creating those groups in 1976? Because I know that also in Estonia and in Latvia, the issue was discussed, but only in 76, not immediately after the signing.
So then Markus Meckel, I think we'll collect another question or comment.
Just a remark to the addition to Douglas. I think my impression is a little bit that your view is very much orientated to the Stasi files.
To the what?
To the Stasi files, coming from that. And this is very interesting that I think they are important, but it is very important to look what the structural and the networking, especially in the 80s, took place. And there was said not so much because Stasi in the end didn't understand. And I sometimes have the impression even the researcher don't understand because they only look to the Stasi files. This is sometimes my impression. This is one point, and the other point is even the importance, that's why I don't tell so much, the importance of the churches. Very often it is said that the opposition met under the roof of the churches. This is used wording in Germany about GDR opposition. I don't think that it is right, but it is right that the meetings very often and mostly happened in the rooms of churches, even for that groups who are not, who were not defined themselves as a group of churches. And that, I think this connection between opposition and church is very interesting. And it is very interesting too that a lot of people in these oppositional groups were Christians. If you see the part of the population who belonged to churches, in the end it was 20%, whatever. But in these groups, the part was much higher. And this was interesting. I think it is interesting why it happened in that way. I will just ask this question, and I will end with that.
Okay, give our speakers now a chance to answer. I think, Douglas, you will react to Markus Meckel. And I just repeat Rio's question for Miroslav and also in German for Anna Shabatova. Rio asked why the first Helsinki groups popped up almost 1 or 2 years later in the Soviet Union after the signing of the final Helsinki Act. Why took it so long? Anna, Rio hat gefragt, warum es... Vielleicht Tschechisch und dann die Antwort in Englisch für alle, dann können alle die Antwort auf Englisch verstehen. It might be better. So, Douglas, would you react first to Markus' question, then we come to the case of the foundation and why it takes so long?
Well, given the fact I was only able to speak for 10 minutes, I did write a 700-page book, and I admit that I am a little bit more focused on the Stasi files, given where I did most of my research and given where I'm employed at, but I did write about the Konventbewegung, I did write about the independent peace movement. I understand that there were more networking connections than that. There have been entire books written about the church and dissidents in East Germany. I didn't feel a need to redo that or recite all of that, so yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Now, in terms of why did Helsinki activism begin so late, actually I would say that's not true, because already before the summit conference in Helsinki, already Andrei Sakharov had basically threatened the Soviet authorities, say he was going to return all of his medals if they didn't let his wife travel to the West, Elena Bona, to Italy for an eye operation, and they let her go. And she used that to communicate basically Sakharov's opinions about using the CSCE Final Act for human rights in the Soviet Union and the Soviet bloc. So actually there was already, and there was even a demonstration, I think, at the Perm labor camp right before the CSCE summit meeting in Helsinki in '75. So I think that's sort of been left out of most of these histories about the role of the Helsinki Final Act.
So Nadezhda, Miroslav, or Anna, who would like to answer to Rio?
Let me answer your question in this way. I was surprised that these groups appeared so fast. Because such social events or social new organizations have certain inertia. So it was not possible to just immediately organize. That's the very logic of the group that promote such implementation of Helsinki Accords. This was a very formative idea, very bright, very courageous idea. So having in mind the situation in the Soviet Union with everything hindered, everything pressed on from above, it is really a big achievement of creation of this group.
Ich werde Tschechisch sprechen und Kollegin wird übersetzen. Je jasné, že Charta 77 vznikla ještě na velmi silném impulzu solidarity s odsouzenými lidmi z undergroundu, z té beatové skupiny Plastic People of Universe.
It is very clear that the Charter 77 was very strongly founded on the solidarity with those imprisoned from the music underground.
V rámci té solidarity se seznámili někteří lidé a přišli vlastně na tu ideu na základě toho ducha Helsinek a těch paktů konkrétních, krátce předtím ratifikovaných, založit vlastně širší hnutí. Do něhož patřili i lidé, kteří byli do roku 68 v komunistické straně, byli tam velmi silnou skupinou.
That in the framework of the solidarity with the underground movement, many people came together.
Ano. A že to bylo skutečně velmi, velmi široké ideové složení a skutečně záměr byl, aby vzniklo hnutí.
And there was then the intent to create a movement. A říkala jste, že bylo založené na těch Helsinkách a na těch...
Ano, a na těch paktech.
That was based on the Helsinki Final Act and also the pacts of the United Nations that were ratified shortly before. Které byly ratifikovány.
Já bych chtěla připomenout, že to se spojilo mnoho a mnoho jako různých prostředí a že významnou roli tam hráli, a to bylo asi hodně důležité, i lidé, kteří do roku 68 nebo 9 byli v komunistické straně a těmi událostmi po 68 byli vyloučeni a dostali se do pozice vlastně nějakých páriů v té společnosti. Souviselo to vždycky i s odnětím nějakého kvalifikovaného zaměstnání.
I would just like to remind that many environments came together, including also people that until the year 1968 were in the Communist Party or were part of the Communist Party, but in the light of the events of 1968, they were excluded. Byli vyloučeni ze strany.
Což znamenalo i sociální pád jako profesní.
And then, of course, they were denied their qualified professions or couldn't pursue their professional careers.
Ty Helsinky sice vytvářely rámec, ale podle mého názoru ty Helsinky nebyly tím podnětem, ale podnětem byla ta aktivita okolo těch Plastic People.
So the Helsinki provided a framework, but it was not the main impulse. The main impulse was the activity around the plastic people.
A skutečně se setkali lidé, kteří by se nikdy jindy nepotkali a začali spolupracovat.
And various people met and started to cooperate that under different circumstances wouldn't probably have met.
Deshta, would you like to add something? You raised your hand.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would to add a few words about my opinion why it was so late with story with Helsinki groups in the Soviet Union. My opinion was that Helsinki Act was seen as a victory of Soviet state and Soviet bureaucracy. It was published in many languages in the Soviet Union. It was such kind of victory of the state. And then, how I can see in the state, in relation between state and religious groups and churches, it was so that official churches try to discuss how we can organize implementation, but how we have all what is in Helsinki Act published, and only then comes the answer from different group and different group say, okay, you wrote that we have this right, we have such law, but it doesn't function. And I see in religious group, it was always so, it was the reaction on declaration of Soviet authorities, how is Helsinki Act good, how Helsinki is our victory and how we are still in this Helsinki agreement.
So there are 3 minutes left. I think there was another question.
3 minutes.
Please, shortly.
Yes, I'll try. Visiting and being a witness of all the different Helsinki groups, besides Ukraine, I have to admit, there has been one particular place, and it's the GDR. And referring to what you've said, my personal experience with the GDR has been a very different one. There has been a vivid church group establishment, network, and these were the ones that referred not in a strict understanding to the CSCE process, but they were intentionally doing the same thing.
Thank you. I think
Douglas.
Okay. I think it's 1 minute left. I think we take it as a concluding comment, concluding remark. And I would like to thank you. Or Gregor, would you add something about? Don't want to cut.
But I think it's mostly repeating what has been said.
Okay. Then it's. I would like to thank you once again for your inspiring comments, inputs in how it was back then, 50 years ago, and we have now the chance to continue our discussion during the coffee break. I guess it would be now inside or outside, Katharina, I don't know. Okay, and also a special thank for Nadezhda joining us online from Germany, and we'll see us in half an hour again here.
Nee, da fehlt noch Gabriel. Ah ja, ist hier. Dann seid ihr zu viert und es kommt noch dazu. Eine Minute gebe ich noch. So, wer keine Kanzel macht. I'll wait for Gabriel. Hochmutig. That's nice.
It's more international.
In the hope that this rows will still fill a little bit. And yeah. Okay, welcome to the last panel of today. Last not least, we are going to discuss the big question of the future. So our panel is called Outlook and asks about the lessons we've learned or we haven't learned from the Spirit of Helsinki, and that's why we're going to focus actually on the period after 1990, so actually what happened after the end of the Cold War. I'm very happy to present a very interesting panel in this last round. I'm going also to introduce all the speakers to you in a second. We do not have name tags. Katharina, if there is, feel free to still put them. Yeah. So we do have, and now I follow just the seating order that you've picked spontaneously, Gabriel Andreescu. Then we have Katharina Hochmuth without the Y at the end. We have Piet de Klerk, and we have Anja Mia. Today is our last guests. Just some organizational marks before I start introducing them. We were robbed half an hour. Katharina mentioned it earlier. We have to stop sharp at 5 o'clock because then taxis are waiting or will be waiting. So what my and our plan is actually that we have a first round with short introductory statements, and then we'll actually discuss here among us on the panel and then open also the conversation to you. I am a bad example now because I'm standing here. Actually, our idea was that we stay seated. Unless you, Gabriel, want to stand here with your presentation, you can choose. Otherwise, we stay seated so that it gets a little bit more cozy and communicative atmosphere. Exactly. And I start with you, Gabriel Andreescu. You will take on a double role, let's say, or hopefully in our discussion. First of all, you're going to speak also to us as a contemporary witness, and second, as an expert and professor for political sciences, a journalist, an intellectual, and author of very many, an impressive number of books. Gabriel Andreescu was a prominent figure in the democratic opposition against Ceausescu's communist regime in Romania, who was arrested in 1987 as a civil rights activist and dissident. After being released from prison as a consequence of international protest, he continued his activism against violation of human rights in Romania. After the revolution in 1989, he became a very prominent figure in the establishment of democracy in Romania, among other things, as a member of the Council of the National Salvation Front, so the first post-communist governmental body. He initiated, and he was also the co-president of the Romanian Helsinki Committee, and is an active member today still of several Romanian human rights organizations. At present, you are also a professor, associate professor at the Doctoral School of Philosophy, Sociology and Political Sciences at West University of Timișoara. Of the incredibly many books you've written on human rights, also on memory ethics and national minorities, a topic we might also touch on the panel. I'd like to only mention the latest one, which has a very, I think, curious and interesting title, The Globalization of Hypocrisy for a Humanistic Approach to the Ethics of Memory, that was published in 2023 and received several awards, among them the Leibniz Award for Philosophy last year. The second gentleman, I started with the gentleman, but we agreed that this is okay, also in the row of the statements, is Piet de Klerk, who looks back to a diplomatic career for the Netherlands Ministry for Foreign Affairs that spans over 25 years. In the first half of the 1990s, Piet was head of the arms control section in the Foreign Ministry, responsible, among other things, for OSCE confidence building measures, conventional arms control in Europe, and arms control and regional security in the Middle East. So finally, we are also touching the elephant in the room that is actually the elephant outside Europe. So a little bit we are going to also open our perspective away from Europe and West Europe to outside Europe. From 1998 to 2003, Piet was also the director of political coordination and external relations of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Besides that diplomatic career, he has broad experience and expertise in the field of human rights. I'm only going to mention now that he, since 2018, is the chairman of the supervisory board of the Netherlands Helsinki Committee, that he will also talk about whose work today he's going to talk to us. So I must say he's actually ideally the perfect personification of two main principles we've been discussing so much as pillars of the Helsinki spirit, namely security and human rights. And he can definitely go tell us, and this is also one of the aspects that we're going to discuss in detail, about this complex and also challenging, and we will discuss whether successful or not, process of institutionalizing the CSCE in the 1990s into the organization, the OSCE, after 1995. With Anja Mir, on your far right, we have another expert, or I'd rather say the spokesperson of our conference, finally, for the OSCE and its work today. Dr. Anja Mir is a political scientist, a consultant, and a researcher specialized in international human rights law, governance, public policy, and transitional justice, focusing in her research and work on Eurasia. So in one of yesterday's Q&A sessions, you located yourself in the far, far east, you said, so in Central Asia. And this is exactly also what we're going to do, to broaden our perspective and to see how the spirit of Helsinki has actually left, or if it has left Europe, and what is the OSCE's work outside Europe today. Anja Mir is the founder and program director of the Center of Governance through Human Rights at the Berlin Governance Platform, and she's also the director of the Global Campus of Human Rights Control Human Rights Central Asia, and the Master Program in Human Rights and Sustainability at the OSCE Academy in Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan. Last not least, I'm very happy to have here also a colleague of mine from Berlin, from the Federal Foundation for the Study of the Communist Dictatorship in Germany, Katharina Hochmuth, who is the head of our Department of School Education. In this function, and with a broad experience also in public history, Katharina has gathered long-time experience in the field of political education and in, let's say, bringing historical knowledge to the younger generations. And as our panel will focus on the future also, of course, we have to address, and we want to address, the question of the role of the CSCE and OSCE, rather more Helsinki spirit, let's say, in political education, and also ask what is the legacy of the CSCE in our respective countries' cultures of remembrance and politics of memory. So, a warm welcome to all of you. And as a good example, I'm going to sit down now. And Gabrielle, the floor is yours for a short introductory statement. If you want to stand, you can stand here, or if you want to do it sitting.
Check if I read better. If not,
okay.
I come back. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, I think that is better. When you say short, you mean to 7-10 minutes?
7? Perfect.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, all of you participating here. Thank you, Katarina, and you, Jenny, for all the work you've done. I know that I'm in a panel supposed to speak about the future, but I received the invitation to speak about the past as a witness. And I try to do, and really I know that I have 7 minutes. I started with the introduction. I put in one of my books, I hated Ceausescu. It was a kind of biography of dissidents. In fact, I tried to respond to the question, why so few dissidents in Romania? How can we explain this behavior of the Romanians? And trying to respond, I learned a lot about others, and I learned about myself too. There is an explanation, as always. And the main explanation is the harshness of the communism in the Stalinist period. It was change in which violence was the main tool to fight against society. And in 1964, 65, it was a change. And the control remained the same, but not the means. In any case, the trauma of the first decade of Stalinism changed the attitudes of the population. And so this was, a general fear inside the society, which explains so many few attempts to protest. But it was not only that. It was not only the fear. It was a general strategy to put people to obey. Since the kindergarten till the adult life, people was introduced in different contexts, different organizations in order to obey what the Communist Party demanded for them. So it was not only an effort to overcome the fear, but also the effort to be otherwise of the others. It was you were a dissident not only in the political sense, but also in the human being sense. I was born in a family of civil servants. My father was in prison because his father was considered a rich owner of lands. There are 11 hectares for a big family. And it was important for me because my father suffered because of this story, and he spoke in the family about this. He expressed his anti-communist attitudes. In the family, this is not a common behavior. The big mass of families, of parents, try to not share with the children the stories because it was really a danger. But it was important that my father expressed freely his opinions, and he was for me, because of that, a symbol of dignity. This was important. A second change in my life was when I was a student. I was in Bucharest, a lot of connections, and there I read the first important anti-communist books. Alexandre Solzhenitsyn, in the French edition, L'archipel de Gulag offered me not only attitudes toward the life in the communist regime, but a perspective, a historical perspective. So, yes, the Solzhenitsyn books was fundamental for my future opposition. I like very much also Bukowski's books because he expressed the tenacity, extraordinary tenacity. He was in prison. When he was freed, they start to fight against. He was an example. I was in, and I read in the French and American cultural libraries in Bucharest. And in the French one, I read in 70, 76, 77, for the first time, stories about what happened in Capucia Democratica, the Khmer Roshi cruelty. And I was ashamed how I live. And beside me in the world, something as such is happening. Yes, in that moment, I know that I'll be a dissident. I have to do something against the communist regime as such. But in order to say this, you have to dialogue with yourself, and after that, to try to find the means how to do what you would consider as fighting with the communist regime. It was important for me that I follow yoga discipline. It was fundamental because, first of all, I succeeded to overcome the fear, generally speaking, but also the fear of my death. Because when you decide that you have to do something against the regime, you must accept that you'll disappear. And I accepted this, but this is not sufficient. You have to do something significant. And it is so difficult because, of course, you can go in the street and scream, I'm against Ceausescu, I'm against the communism, but it's nothing. 5 people look at you, and you'll go immediately in the jail. You'll disappear. You'll do nothing. It's also important to think and to write about your thinking and to send them outside, and sending them you address to a lot of other people. Finally, you do something really for the general good. In communism, in the Romanian version, it's also difficult to have connection, to send outside something. 3 years, I couldn't find the solution, and in the first year, in 1984, I was to the German embassy, and I enrolled in a program of German lectures. And I found there someone, after some months, someone who accepted the deputy director German Institute in Bucharest accepted to send my first information about what happened in Romania. I received from Free Europe a reply after some time, so it worked. And for some times I used the German connection, sending papers, information initially to Free Europe. In 1987, something happened with this connection, but a friend of mine put me in connection with a Mexican diplomat. And I sent the majority of radical writings of mine through this diplomat. It was that one day they will find me. And yes, in 1987, I was in prison. Because my writings are very harsh. Some of them are diatribes against Ceausescu and his wife. They put me under the label of treason. I was sent in jail for treason, but they continued the investigation. And fortunately, this fact reached out the frontiers, and the large support based in Paris offered created a pressure on Securitate, on Ceausescu. In fact, a chance of us in Romania was, it is over. So, to finish, after I was freed, I could really do a lot of things, important things, the Hungary strike and interviews to different journalists. So, I succeeded to do something, and after the revolution, I benefited of this dissident capital, symbolic capital, and I could again do a lot of work for a more democratic society. Thank you so much for your interest.
Thank you, Gabriel. And I make a mental note, a symbolic capital, and also let's raise this question later again, what actually this meant that the dissidents under Ceausescu was a, as you put it, exceptional event for the establishing of democracy then after 1989. But let's come to that later in the discussion round. I would now give the floor to you, Pete, who are going to stay seated with us.
I didn't really prepare a speech, so I prefer to sit here. And in order not to go over the 7 minutes, let me make 3 short points. First, about myself, you mentioned arms control. There were 3 periods where I was intensely working with the OSCE. In the 1990s, in the field of arms control and confidence-building measures. In the 2000s, when I was Human Rights Ambassador, I was working with the OSCE in the fields of human rights, ODIHR and all that. And again, 10 years later, I was working in the OSCE, or with the OSCE, in the field of counterterrorism. In the first period, real concrete results came out. The Vienna document, the conference, the Convention on Conventional Forces in Europe, and other agreements, and that was the golden period of the OSCE. When I was working in human rights and counterterrorism, that window to get real results and to work constructively with the Russians in particular, the window was closing and much less came out of it. Still, diplomacy had value, but there were also clear limits to what diplomacy could do, and we could continue on that theme later. The second point I would like to make is about Dutch diplomacy. the Netherlands was not in favor of the Helsinki process. It simply didn't see what you could get out of it. Call it a lack of creativity, but only the fact that there was a Soviet proposal was enough to stop any creative thoughts. So it was only grudgingly that the Netherlands went along with this process and then gradually came to see the light, if you want, to see what is to be gained with that. So you can say we were hardliners all along, and also hardliners after Helsinki, in the sense that some politicians were not afraid to ask these sensitive questions and do things that others didn't want to do. Two examples of two people that later became members of the Netherlands Helsinki Committee. One was the Labour Party parliamentary leader in the Netherlands, Ed van Tijn, who in '76 went to Moscow for official talks with the Duma, but also made use of the occasion to talk to all sorts of dissidents and achieved the immigration of Andrei Amalrik. He smuggled a new book by Andrei Sakharov out of Moscow, and he arranged for operation of Jelena Bonner. So that was quite an achievement. And the second example is Max van der Stoel, later the National Commissioner, High Commissioner for National Minorities, who went to the Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia in 1977. It was mentioned already that initially he didn't want to talk to Charta 77 people, but then others pressed him to do so, and he said, well, if they ask to see me, I'll say yes. So he talked to Jan Patočka, and that was very important for the movement. Unfortunately, for Jan Patočka, it was the last day in his life, because the next day he died in police custody. The consequences for Van der Stoel, who was foreign minister, were much less severe. The next day, when he had an appointment with the president, he had to wait several hours because the president didn't show up because he was angry about the day before. Thirdly, about the Netherlands Helsinki Committee, we were late to the game. The first decade after the Helsinki Final Act, there was a Netherlands commission for jurists for human rights who were monitoring OSCE commitments. They did that in a sort of a legalistic way, you can say, but they were also active in international networking. They were founding members of the International Helsinki Federation. But at some point in 1987, a few people in the University of Utrecht took the initiative for a more political organization consisting of eminent persons, high-profile politicians, legal scholars, activists. Some names were already mentioned, Jan ter Laak, Wim Spit, and later Max van der Stoel, who became the second chairman of this Netherlands Helsinki Committee. So in the beginning, it was really a committee of influential persons who tried to influence the Netherlands and also were very active in international networking. But then in the early 90s, money became available for assisting Eastern European states in their movement towards Europe. And then you can say the committee became an organization, just like the OSCE became from a conference into an organization. And that organization grew, the staff grew, it did many projects with basically Dutch money, societal transformation for East European countries. That money dried up when these states became actually EU members, and then there was a bit of a crisis, and then a few years later, more money became available for the rim of states around the then enlarged EU, so countries in the Balkan, Eastern Rim, and that's still our main program. or actually 3 programs, rights-based justice, human rights defense, and what we call integrity and accountability, which is basically rule of law stuff. And I can say more about these programs, but maybe the 7 minutes are already over. So in a second round, I could speak to the challenges that we experience, unless you want me to do it now. But that's for starters.
No, that's perfect. And you mentioned one thing that we have actually not mentioned explicitly up to now, or you might correct me, but the issue of money. And I mean,
right.
money must be funny, but actually this is also maybe something that I want to pick up later, or that you can comment on, the role of money also in the OSCE later. You mentioned first in the 1990s, you said money became available, later it dried up, and then again on the rim, for the countries on the rim of Europe, there was new money again. So actually maybe this is also one thing, and I'm now passing the ball to Anja Mia, that you can maybe also comment on when you're going to talk about your work for the OSCE today.
Thank you very much. I could start with money, because the OSCE Academy is all about money. But I'm asking Nia and her colleagues to pull up the map of the, yes, that's the map. And this is what I want to start with. Please focus on the tiny red dot, because this is where I start from. I have 4 points that I like to raise in the 7 minutes. First, about the focus of the OSCE, and then this is the red dot on the map of the OSCE participating states today. This is the OSCE that you see there in blue, and many people don't know it. If I would ask people here, can you name all 57 participating states? I don't know by what number you would start struggling, 20, 25, 35, and then there's still 20 more to go. So it's the second largest international organization. The red dot you find, and I do this explicitly here because you see it is at the Chinese border. This is where the OSCE Academy is based, in Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan. It's the capital city of Kyrgyzstan, and that is where I'm working. I worked there 5 years. I was a DAAD, German Academic Exchange Service professor there for human rights, covering ODIHR. And by the end of my term in 2023, I received a significant number of funding, money, from the European Union to build up the only, so far the only, master program on human rights. And it's the only one running between, you can say, Warsaw and Beijing. It's in this whole, the core area of the OSCE today. This is the only EU-funded program in that region. There is one more in Caucasus, which has a different basis, also co-funded by the European Union, but in this hardcore land of what today would be Russia, Central Asia, etc. Mongolia, not to forget, is also a member state. And I want to start here with talking a little bit about our work and why we exist. And I think this brings, hopefully, back why the OSCE still exists. When we talk about the basket 3, and I raised it this morning, this is actually the core work of the OSCE today, and it is minority rights issues, because we all know that, if you systematically exclude minorities and discriminate, then it can lead to conflict. That's why we have the High Commissioner for National Minorities in The Hague. Then we have, of course, the whole electoral integrity, democracy, human rights. That's ODIHR in Warsaw. And then we have media freedom. So we do not have a special branch of the OSCE that actually focuses on sort of military security sector. It still plays an important role, and I tell you, in Central Asia, it's a daily issue. But we should not forget that the OSCE, the strength of the OSCE has always been what some would call soft power, political power, but not sort of the international law, the legal binding aspects. And we can see this very well when we look at how many states still are participating in the OSCE. And when the war broke out, the Russian aggression, full-scale aggression against Ukraine in 2022, the first thing that the director of the OSCE Academy and I were discussing was like, so is Russia now leaving the OSCE and what's happening with us? Until today, Russia has not left the OSCE. And I mentioned this morning, neither has Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, and other typical suspects that are not so pro-democratic and human rights binding, actually not at all. And even in Central Asia, when you look at Central Asia, most of you probably at least have heard of Kazakhstan, the largest one in Central Asia, but there is Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, in the Caucasus. And then there is Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan. None of them is actually a full-fledged democracy, quite the opposite. And yet, it exists, and this is the strength, and you could also say sometimes the success of the OSCE, because it is only political binding, and it doesn't request a kind of membership by its participating states as in other international organizations. Now I say a few words about the academy that is in Bishkek. It was founded around the years 2000, and here everybody who knows the history of the OSCE and the transition periods of the 1990s will understand why, and why it is in Central Asia. It's the only academy that the OSCE has. It receives core funding by the OSCE, which annually, it's very small, the core funding for the staff. And the lecturers, professors, the students are financed, you could say, funded by participating states. Individual donations, if you want to say, individual funding, separate funding. Norway is a huge funder, Switzerland, interesting, yeah? Germany, but also Finland, by the way, Austria, United States. They support the academy that when we have roughly about 60 to 70 students only from Central Asia and a few from the participating states. So we are very, very, very small there. And yet there is huge interest, and the former Secretary General of the OSCE always said, Helga Schmidt, that's her, sort of the lighthouse project of the OSCE, particularly in that region. There is no other really program by the OSCE to be visible. The idea was around 2000s. Look, many of the Eastern European countries had the help of not only of the European Union or European states and also the Council of Europe to build up, let's say, their universities, their education, whatever centers. But everything further east had not the support because these countries are not member of the Council of Europe. So they received much less support from the so-called West, whatever that is, to really also educate and bring up the next generation of, say, pro-democratic leaders. And that is one of the reasons why the academy was funded, by the way, on the initiative of Kazakhstan, not necessarily the initiative of Western countries. So and I was also asking earlier in one of the discussion why we would think today that these countries, and many of them are full-fledged autocracies, and I would say even go as far as totalitarian countries, they're still member. This is the only organizations that they haven't left or that they are member in. And one of the answers that we give today when we're sitting there in Central Asia and asking us the question, because if you have a neighbor like Russia and then China, and in the south you have Afghanistan and other Iran, and don't forget these are mostly Muslim countries, so the political Islam is kicking in there too. So you wonder why you're still member and what can the Spirit of Helsinki do there? And one answer, not the only answer, one answer is what they call now multi-vector policy. The countries there in Central Asia are basically trapped by these superpowers. And one of their core interests is to be member, to continue to participate, and we have to be correct here with the language, participate in the OSCE, because this way they have the contacts, they have allies, also they have access to the European partners, etc. So it's a very strategic goal, actually, multi-vector policy. And that is why we exist there. Because that's why they still allow us to operate as long as the academy is small, has only a few students, not too many, and this way it doesn't become a threat to the system. And I think this was also showing by those who participated, let's say, in the pre-OSCE period, in the Helsinki period. Why did you fund Helsinki groups? Why did you join the Helsinki sort of spirit? It was not necessarily to change the systems. It was to promote, let's say, the core principles, in this case, human rights, etc. And the same thing we are doing there. The intention is not to change the system, at least it's not the intention by the academy, because they collaborate with the systems, and yes, we do teach democracy and pro-democratic tools, but it's up to the people there what they make out of it. But we are facing, of course, a lot of challenges currently. Again, I ask you to look at where this red dot is. It's about 6,500 or 6,000 miles from where we are here now. And this is, you could say, only halfway through the OSCE region. We should not forget that. And again, I'm inviting you now in the discussion, because I'm sure my time is up, to say maybe we can discuss together why you think that this still exists. And actually, this is also the region where the OSCE still has missions, actually. It has offices and stuff, and it's a very heterogeneous stuff. I think I leave it here. I could go then more into depth.
Yeah, let's go more into depth together. Yeah. Well, thanks a lot for really landing the whole conference, like from the planet of history now in the present, with the work you're doing there at the very edge, or and the, let's say, remote corner of the OSCE, landing in the present and then starting again our journey to the future. Katharina, I introduced you as the expert for future actually questions, because you work in historic and political education. So let us know a little bit more about your work, and actually also, let's say, the legacy of Helsinki and the spirit of Helsinki when it comes to younger people and the culture of remembrance, in your case, and especially Germany.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to contribute here in this panel, and in behalf of the Federal Foundation and of our director, Anna Kaminski, today. And let me share some points, some short 5 points with you, building on the insights we already heard here at the conference, the last days, and also today. Before we reach the future, we always have to look a bit back. First, the relevance today, 50 years of CSCE and 35 years of German unity. 50 years after the signing of the Helsinki Final Act and 35 years after German unification, the values enshrined in the CSCE process remain profound, we heard this, and of significance. In a time of renewed global tensions, threats in democracy, and the erosion of trust in democratic institutions, the principles of human rights, freedom of belief, civil liberties, and peaceful conflict resolutions are more topical than ever. The Final Act calls for cooperation beyond ideological divides and resonates today in the face of rising autocracy and societal polarization. So, second, it is a catalyst for the civil rights and opposition movements. That was a panel we discussed before our short break. And as we heard, the situation in the GDR was differentiated, maybe a bit different from other East European countries. The historical impact of the Helsinki Final Act cannot be overstated, and in the GDR it served as a catalyst for the emerging opposition and the civil rights movement. Maybe a bit later, and there were no Helsinki groups, as we heard, but I will let it as a point here. By co-signing the document, the East German leadership committed, at least on paper, to universal human rights and fundamental freedoms. This provided a new framework and more foundation for peace groups, environmental activists, dissidents, and articulate their demands. The Final Act strengthened the church role as a sanctuary for civil engagement and lent legitimacy to calls for political reform. Without Helsinki, the momentum that led to the peaceful revolution of 1989 would have been maybe a bit more difficult to generate. Maybe we can discuss this later again. The third point, the immigration movement, asserting rights through departure. We heard this from Douglas at the panel before. He talked about it. The Helsinki process also had consequences for the growing number of East Germans seeking to immigrate. The so-called vote with the feet from 1977 to 1989, approximately 175,000 citizens left the GDR, many of them citing Helsinki's principles, 7 and 8, or the Basket 3, which affirmed the right to freedom of movement and family reunification. Even when their petitions were rejected, their references to the CSCE framework highlighted the growing dissonance between the official state doctrine and individual rights. The rise in applications and the state's repressive response intensified internal tensions that eventually contributed to systemic collapse. My fourth point, mandate of our Federal Foundation and Helsinki and democratic memory. Since its funding of our foundation, the Federal Foundation for the Study of the Communist Dictatorship, this long name, has tasked with fostering the remembrance, democracy, and historical political education. The legacy of CSCE process continues to shape our work, particularly in addressing transformation processes following 1989. Promoting a pluralistic culture of remembrance that integrates both East and West German perspective remains an important concern. In doing so, we help to eliminate the long-term impact of CSCE in strengthening civic engagement and safeguarding democratic principles. And my fifth point, young generations and historical literacy in a digital age. For younger generations, understanding the lessons of Helsinki is both democratic imperative and an educational challenge. The Cold War, the division of Germany, and the transformative events of 1989 and 1990 are part of the curriculum, but often lack depth and contemporary relevance. In a world shaped by a logarithmical amplified misinformation, the ability to critically engage with history becomes more and more essential. The Foundation is committed to producing accessible, age-appropriated, and digital engaging resources that help students connect to the legacy of Helsinki, to the democratic questions of today. And yeah, these questions are like, how do we protect civil liberties? What does international cooperation mean in a multipolar world today? And why is remembrance so essential in a civic identity? So the Helsinki Final Act, though not legally binding, was groundbreaking declaration. And its legacy lies in its moral authority and its lasting influence in democratization processes, especially in Central and Eastern Europe. And the spirit of Helsinki challenges us to defend and renew the principles of dialogue, human dignity, and peaceful coexistence in the face of today's global crisis. And these are the lessons we as the Bundesstiftung Aufarbeitung try to carry forward. And so far from my side, and I also can, in the second round, tell you all a bit more about our formats for youth and the challenges we face there.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to all of you for your statements. You mentioned the word now, moral authority of Helsinki, which is in a way a little bit, let's say, more concrete than the spirit of Helsinki. Maybe, Gabriel, I will transfer that word to you, moral authority. You raised the question of why was dissidence an exceptional case in Romania. You spoke a lot, or you spoke only 7 minutes about your personal case. I want to continue that, your personal story and biography, but come a little bit more to the time after the collapse of the communist regime. Like the moral authority of Helsinki, did you actually experience that in establishing democracy in Romania after the revolution, also after the experience of violence in the Romanian Revolution? And how did it also, how is it maybe also connected that what you told about your family, there was no culture of silence because you openly spoke out, or your father did in your family, you mentioned. But did you actually, and this is a very suggestive question, you probably also faced a lot of like silence, the mentality of silence and not speaking out loud in the 1990s when you actually did democratic establishing work. So how does that come together? The authority, moral authority of Helsinki in establishing Romanian democracy, and also this role that silence or speaking out loud played.
So I have you don't help me too much by referring to the moral symbol of Helsinki communities, because the situation in Romania is so complex. So Helsinki Final Act, or something we already know about. And there are a lot of events related to that. Jerry Labor came in Romania, and we started the Romanian Helsinki Committee. The Dutch Helsinki Committee helped a lot us. But at the level of the general society, Helsinki was not important. What is important is that after the revolution, in which there are more than 1,000 people killed, more than 3,000 injured, the former communists, the former Securitate leaders, put the hands on the power. And it was normal because there was no other source of power in they fear of them. What happened in Romania is the result of the hate of the people against them. So the main lines of seeking of acting in Romania at the time in the 90s was fighting communism with those who got the power after the revolution, and freedom. Freedom was already there, but the details of the freedom is something else. Though after the revolution we had to build a civic society, and a lot of rules of civic society became from human rights activism in Western countries, green movement, and so on. What is important was to have freedom, but also justice. We had freedom, but no justice, and the civil society mobilized during the first 6 years till the big change in 1996 in an extraordinary way. So there are hundreds of thousands of people who were involved in different civic actions, demonstrated in the streets when something bad happened again, and so on.
Did they refer explicitly to Helsinki or to the rule of law? You mentioned justice that was needed, or to the principles of human rights?
Yes, as a Romanian leader of the Helsinki Committee, we used always the reference to that. But, you know, the Helsinki was already not significant from the practical point of view. It was much more significant to refer to the Council of Europe, to the European Convention for Human Rights. There are practical means we had to postpone under membership to Council of Europe 3 years because you have to fight to get the conditions in Romania, so Romania be accepted there. In 1991, we already adopted a constitution. It was rather acceptable, good constitution. So we get all the freedoms, which are much larger and more practical than the Helsinki Final Act.
Yeah. Let's stick with this adjective, more practical. And you also already mentioned the Netherlands Helsinki Committee that helped a lot. Pete, to the more practical part. Can you tell us a little bit more maybe about this concrete process of establishing then OSCE as a successor of the CSCE? What role your, like in the Netherlands, your Helsinki Committee played? And also, because I mean the Helsinki Agreement was a product of the Cold War. The Cold War was then over. So what were actually also aspects that needed to be added to be practical and to be a tool and to be an organization, an institutionalized organization, to really also then have powerful tools to work on, for example, establishing justice or the rule of law? Can you maybe elaborate a little bit on that?
Right, thank you. Yeah, we face many challenges. The first is, as you already said, money. We have no structural support from anyone except for a very small contribution for our flagship magazine, Security and Human Rights, which is widely read also in Vienna in OSCE circles. But other than that, we have no structural support. We always need to apply when certain programs are opened up or by the government or by the European Commission in Brussels. And sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. So there's no predictable income stream, and you have to deal with that. Apart from the fact that these are all finances for projects. We have no structural support for the staff, there's a very small percentage of a max 7% that you can spend on office costs. So that's the first challenge, money in absolute terms, and money that is given for specific projects that are not always your own highest priorities. As I mentioned, one of our large projects is Rule of Law Trainings Program, which is for the countries around the EU. Most of our money is for countries around the EU. We hardly have money, except for one time 1 million from the national lottery for inside the EU, and then we took that up together with the Helsinki Committee that we work most closely with, the Hungarian Helsinki Committee. But there's not enough money for situations in Hungary or Poland, so you do not always have the money for the purposes you want to have. And the second challenge that I want to mention is that because of the developments in Russia and Belarus, it's very difficult to maintain links with organizations in Russia in particular, even though they go under innocuous names like the Green Project or whatever. We've never become an undesirable organization in Russia, but keeping the contacts with those in Russia that fight for the right causes is very important, and at the same time is very difficult. Ukraine is, of course, a totally different case. There we have money for different projects, and in all our pillars we work closely with Ukrainian counterparts, but there the difficulties are, of course, much more practical, that people have to spend the night in the cellar because of the alarms, or that if we have a big project on penitentiary reform, and that's difficult because when half of your country is occupied, etc. And the third challenge is that much of our work focuses on democracy and human rights, both terms that could not be mentioned in the Helsinki Final Act at the time. But both democracy and human rights are in crisis. First of all, of course, in countries like Russia. Second of all, more recently in the United States, one could say, but also in many European countries. And there are very structural factors in play. The decrease of the importance of political parties, the unpredictability of the electorate, and the splintering of the votes over many parties. The fact that you have very difficult coalition agreements that feel like some lukewarm middle ground, and then the flanks, left and right, profit. You have foreign meddling through TikTok or whatever, social media in national elections. There's all sort of very difficult, important factors that maybe crisis is too strong, but there are structural problems with democracy, and similarly with rule of law. The gray zone between politics and the legal sphere is growing. When populists are in power, they start dissing judges, as we see in different countries. Apart from the fact that judges and public prosecutors are under increasing threat from criminals and drug money, etc. So all I'm saying is that in many of our countries, both democracy and rule of law are under threat, and for an organization that prides itself to work in these areas of democracy and the rule of law, you need to work with a much broader coalition of parties nationally and internationally to counter these essential threats. So those are our biggest challenges at the moment.
Thanks a lot. I think actually that raises really the question, or puts it on the table, about credibility also. Because, I mean, if we have, you named it, structural problems also in our, let's say, European Western countries with structural problems with democracy and the rule of law, how credible is it actually also to promote and to work on democracy as OSCE today? That brings me to you again, Anja. And I wanted to ask, and to make a little bit, or to benefit from your expertise also on minorities and the rights of minorities. You have showed us this impressive map of OSCE today, which is, of course, not, it is a very, let's say, heterogeneous and a very plural and diverse organization. So how is, let's put it concrete, how is the Soviet Union and how is actually also Helsinki and the CSCE process remembered in the different countries, member state countries, and what does that actually mean? And I mean, this is also quite a suggestive question. Of course, it's differently remembered, but what does that mean for the work on democracy and the rule of law and also on minority rights in the respective countries?
Can we have the map again? Nia, could you put up the map again? I think it's easier for me if there are map lovers among us, as I am, because then I can picture, and I think we have a good share of people here who can immediately see the former borders of the Soviet Union on this map, and this is what I'm talking about here. Well, first of all, I want to connect it back to the work in Central Asia, because none of you, and there's a good reason for it, has mentioned Helsinki committees or anything in Central Asia. And yet it's a pretty big part of the former Soviet Union, isn't it? Yeah, let alone Helsinki committees in Novosibirsk, which is pretty much in the center of what today Russia is or Vladivostok. I mean, look at how big Europe is, particularly the European Union, and look how big the rest is. It is really huge. And we're talking about an era of, at least in terms of population, approximately the size of the European Union, 300 to 400 million people, if you take it roughly. So it's not it's not just a small group of people or a country that you can overlook or no, it's huge. And the mindset that there has been no rupture in the education system, in the security system since 1990. And here comes the Spirit of Helsinki. Let me put it this way. The Spirit of Helsinki is not uncontested in that region. So, and I think some of you have already raised some critical points. You will have mostly focused on the positive thing, which is nice. But the thing is, you constantly explain, not only in Central Asia where I work, but also here in Western Europe, where I live now back in Berlin. I no longer live in Bishkek, and constantly explaining that the weakness of the OSCE is at the same time its strength. And one of its weaknesses has always been, and we have seen this in 2022 when Russia left or was kicked out of the Council of Europe, because the Council of Europe aims to change systems, rule of law, constitutions, as you were highlighting it on. They have a clear aim, the Council of Europe said, you have to comply with some standards, and that means your constitution has to be democratic, pro-democratic, your legal system has to be based on rule of law. If you can't make it, you're out of it. That's an international organization, that's the job of the Council of Europe. The OSCE, nothing of that sort. They don't even talk about member states. They don't even have member states. You're not a member of the OSCE, you're participating. You're participating in the Spirit of Helsinki, and here comes, and I know it really hurts me because I'm a political scientist and I teach political regime theories, yeah, I teach democracy. So I'm a big fan of all this, I stand for it, and yet I have to say the OSCE is not there to change systems. It's not its primary goal, and that is the main reason why we have the typical suspect still there. They're not afraid of the OSCE, not even what we do at the academy, that we will change the system. But, and this is what you were Gabriele, so nicely putting, what did Helsinki give to you? It wasn't a toolbox to change the system. That eventually happened for many different reasons. But let's say to inspire, to change the mindset of people, yes, and to connect to it. Because one thing, and here comes the strength of the current OSCE, which comes from Helsinki, is that they say, look, these are the norms and standards, the UN standards, a little bit Council of Europe, the European Convention. We adopt everything that is around there that has to do with democracy, human rights, electoral integrity, and so on, minority rights, and I come to this, it's huge. And you make something out of it. And this is what we at the OSCE Academy there in the center, which we promote. That's what we teach, that's why students come. And where we still left alone by the countries, because we are so small, we are not immediately a threat to the systems. And yet they think they can control us, they can control also the students that graduate, which are students, Tajiks, Kazakhs, Russians, but they're also Europeans, Polish, British students who graduate from the academy. So it's in between, and it was fascinating for me to listen the last 2 days to particularly the people who lived through the Helsinki and took the strengths from the Helsinki, from the Helsinki Accord, because I'm just thinking we are doing the same today at the academy in a different way, but we are holding through, because believe me, we are under daily attack by the participating states. And I could start maybe with a break, or if someone is there, I can tell you the stories. I was just half an hour, I was on the phone with my colleagues from the OSCE about a problem that we have because one member state is attacking my program, the academy. Every day someone attacks it because we are disturbing. Yeah. So in terms of one thing I want to raise again, just so food for thought, there has been no significant Helsinki committee or group in Central Asia. I think this should, maybe we should think about that and why that is. There is a reason for it. Minorities. Minority issue. Sometimes people here in Europe, they ask, why are we, we have so many institutions protecting minorities. The European Union is, of course, a key player there. But in particular in the former, and I have to be careful what I say, because not everybody likes the word post-Soviet, former Soviet, independent, whatever states, the former Soviet states, the minority issue was a big issue. It was seen as a positive success story. But we can say whether we go into the Caucasus, whether we go into where Central Asia, it's the Fergana Valley, and don't forget down is Afghanistan. It's just around the corner. It's just a few miles down the corner. And when you come down to look at the conflict, and here comes the security threats, the border conflicts, the wars that are going on, the low-intensive wars, and the armed conflict, it all comes down to minority issues. Ethnic groups, language, religion even, identity. All, you can say, all the conflicts there. There are no other conflicts except for that. I must say in Central Asia, the High Commissioner for National Minority is quite absent. It's actually not active at all. But the OSCE, the small offices, but yet still permanent offices that exist in the regions, and they get shrinked by the governments if they say something that's unpopular. They're under constant threat and constant vigilation. They do not have any protection. But yet, because of the multi-vector policy that I was mentioning earlier, they endure us. They allow the OSCE to be there because they are also very helpful. And here comes the minority issue. Most border conflicts, most violent conflict, armed conflicts, is about minorities. And this is often when the OSCE is called to control border crossings, to do water management, to do whatever, conflict resolutions on the ground, because they are still seen as a neutral. So it's a win-win situation. We're in to be present, to give opportunities and a platform for citizens there to not only get educated or trained or have sort of a network, but at the same time we can also, the OSCE in this case, can also help to provide security on a very low level, I must say. So, but this is all comes down to minorities.
Thanks a lot for that. Before I open to your question, Katharina, maybe one for our round, and let's make it at the end very concrete. What are the lessons learned from Helsinki and the process of Helsinki, and where are maybe the challenges or let's say first the positive thing like the opportunities, but then also the challenges, and I come back to the topic of culture of remembrance, especially maybe in Germany, concerning these lessons?
Yeah, before I answer to your question, two short remarks to you both. It's always good to contextualize the own position into an international view, because facing the conflicts you have in your work, it's always, yeah, if I have a look at our conflicts we are facing and challenges, it maybe relevates something a bit in the German context. And one remark to you, Pete, yeah, as an institution that funds a lot of projects, I can very well understand that it's often difficult, that there's a lack of continuity in funding and how difficult this is for institutions. And yeah, so this is a hard challenge to get always the money. Yeah, okay. And yeah, now back to our the
question of culture of remembrance and the lessons learned,
okay.
if there are lessons learned.
I prepared a bit some points. Yeah, it's important to emphasize these universality of the human rights that not taken for granted, and the experiences of parents and grandparents who lived under dictatorship, often marked by surveillance or oppression, and the absence of basic freedoms must be passed on to younger generations. And these generational testimonies are essential in our work and for building a shared culture of remembrance and a democratic awareness. In the former GDR, the denial of human rights and civil rights shaped people's lives directly or indirectly, and whether through imprisonment, censorship, political pressure, or at school, or restrictions on a personal mobility. And all these experiences, whether of political persecution or of everyday constraints, must be understood within the systemic context of dictatorship and of the Cold War. And they cannot be reflected isolated, but are deeply embedded in a political, in the authoritarian regimes. The foundation sees it as our key responsibility to preserve these experiences, especially the eyewitnesses, before they are lost. Many individuals who engaged in the civic resistance during the 70s and 80s, and who were directly influenced by CSCE process, are still alive and willing to share their stories. Their testimonies help to bring the historical significance of Helsinki Final Act to life and allow younger people today to understand how abstract principles like human rights were experienced, violated, and fought for in everyday life. Equally important are the physical sides of memory, former prisons, schools, workplaces, state institutions that have been transformed into educational centers. And these spaces of powerful opportunities, or offer powerful opportunities for learning. And the Federal Foundation actively supports these places and complements them through poster exhibitions, teaching materials, youth competitions, and digital formats like our Instagram channel, GDR Understanding, DDR Verstehen. You're invited to follow the channel if you like to, but it's only in German. It addresses the younger generation. Or also our YouTube series, Backstage GDR, short videos with major topics of the history of GDR and the time of transformation. These initiatives aim to reach young audience and where they are, and make historical content relevant to their own lives. But to succeed in this mission, we must link historical learning with contemporary questions. Why do human rights matter today? And only when people see the relevance of the past for their own lives, we can expect them to engage meaningful in history, or with history. This work is not without challenges. In a digital world, and you mentioned it already, marked by overwhelming flood of information, and it's increasingly difficult to draw attention to academically grounded content. Disinformation and myth building about the GDR are widespread, and particularly in social media. Strengthening students' source literacy and media competence is therefore a vital task for us. At the same time, our educational work must reflect the diversity of today's classrooms, social, cultural, and biographical. We must also ask neglected questions like, did the DDR contract workers benefit in the Helsinki process? Were human and civil rights ever extended to them? And who was excluded from these international promises, and why? In this sense, reflecting the CSCE is not just about the past, it's about equipping our next generation with critical tools to recognize the value of freedom, to protect democratic norms, and to remember that rights once won must always be defended. So far.
Thanks a lot. You raised, or you opened the door to a completely new world that we haven't discussed so far, the digital one. So how to move actually the Spirit of Helsinki to the digital area. So Helsinki goes digital, ? But questions from the audience. So someone volunteering to bring the microphone? No? Then I carry it. Stefan Kolbe was first, and then also Markus. Maybe Stefan Kolbe first, and then Markus.
Yeah, I have a question to Anja. Given the fact that freedom of religion was a huge hot issue for many dissident movements in Eastern Europe. We heard about this the last 2 days. I would like to ask you about the state of religious freedom in Central Asia, because as far as I know, ODIHR and also some advisory boards or also the Venice Commission observed and made comments to the legislation on religious communities in Central Asia. And I think it's a really hot topic also for us, because all these regimes justify their more or less strict legislation with the argument, look, we have so many terrorists here, it's against Islamic terrorism. But I think all the Western states agree with this argument always works, and nobody says something against it. So my question to you is, how assess you the work of ODI in this specific area or working area of the OSCE? And might this be a field where the Spirit of Helsinki is still alive? Because it's a core, it's right to the core of the legacy of Helsinki.
Maybe we take one, can you keep that in mind? Yeah, and then we take one more. Markus, you raised your hand.
I have a question to Gabriel. We have the experience in past, not only with communism, but also with National Socialism, the lack of law, the lack of rule of law. And if we would like to shape the future, it's the question, how can it be reached that the rule of law will remain or will new established? And if ethics, acting by clear orientation is necessary, why remembrance is necessary?
It is a question directed to Gabriel, I guess. Yeah. Okay, maybe if you want to start and
yes, I'm wondering, maybe you also referred to the Human Dimension meeting in Warsaw, ODIHR. For the last 20 years, 25 years since it exists, there have been 2 issues every year on the table. Again, you can reduce it to the 2 issues. It's the physical integrity of people. This is particularly about torture and illegal killings. This is the subject that many of the participating states get confronted. Physical integrity, that's one thing. And the other thing, you can really summarize it, it's about minorities, whether, again, religious, ethnic, etc. When Turkey is reporting, Belarus is reporting, Tajikistan is reporting, when you look at their reports on human rights and the critical questions to it, you can basically summarize it under these 2 topics. And of course, they call them differently. So the minority issue is a huge one. I would say it's the main one, apart from the civic and political rights in the OSCE region. And there's some crossovers. And yes, religious minorities in Central Asia is a big issue. Also Christian minorities, by the way. I can say, for instance, it's pretty same for Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan when they became independent countries. The Russian minorities or group left, and so, for instance, the Orthodox Church in Kyrgyzstan, if I'm not mistaken, went from like 30% down to 5%. Of the overall religious community within a few years. That's significant. And the remaining communities, and then came the Lutherans in it, by the way, the missionaries, United States missionaries, etc. It caused a lot of conflicts. The Christians are the minority. Yet the Muslim majority, love to talk more about this. I'll try to make it short. Yes, they have. They didn't really have an agency for various reasons. That explains the Soviet history. But they very soon, already in the 1990s, because they were trying to regain also, let's say, their territories or their communities. And there's also there's a lot of help not only from Iran, from Pakistan, but also from the Arab states, trying to build madrasas, schools, whatever sorts of communities. So you have a lot of also conflicts within the Muslim community that basically has been suppressed or absent, at least visibly, since 70 years. By the way, in the 1930s, in the big Stalin cleaning, where a lot of these Muslim communities, the imams have been completely eradicated. I mean, the kind of human rights violation is just tremendous at that time. And and these communities are trying to reestablish, and a part of this is a lot of radicalization came in, which wasn't necessarily against the states, it was also among these communities. But now they serve as scapegoats for all the countries, really for all the countries, there's no exception. Of course, Russia does it too, but also Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, as these are terrorists and they go against the state, and this justifies basically torture, imprisonment, etc., etc. So there is always this terrible vicious cycle. Yes, it's continuous. The OSCE or ODIHR is doing very little except for reporting. Often they don't have access to it. And then there is one player in the region, and this is my last sentence. And here I come back to the multi-vector policy, and that's the Shanghai Cooperation. And the Shanghai Cooperation is very active in the region. This is why I showed you the map. China is much closer to all these regions, including, by the way, Caucasus and Turkey, OSCE participating states. The Shanghai Cooperation is much closer than the OSCE for the people. It's much more present. They have regular meetings, and they have one of their top item on their agenda or on their mandate is fighting terrorism. And here comes the thing. And they have member states, they don't have participating states. You know, I'm just throwing in a few buzzwords here, but I think you get the point.
Thanks a lot. It was quite impressive and very interesting. Before, Pete, you also add something to that? Is it directly to that question?
No, I wanted to say a few things about the spirit of Helsinki.
Okay. Let Gabriel answer first the question of Markus concerning politics and I have the time in mind, politics and the rule of law. Then you have a couple of remarks still, and then let's see if we have time or have to take a taxi. Gabriel.
I would say that in Europe at least, the rules are acceptable, the rule of law. Not the rule of law, but the laws as such. How we apply this law, how we observe this law depends on a lot of social criteria, factors. Why remembrance is so important for how we tackle the life in the society. What is memory? It is a story about bad and good in the history, right? It is a judgment about justice in this history. So I would say that a remembrance is always a discipline of thinking about the past, good for today, helps us today to do the distinction between the bad and the good in the actual society. It's an exercise about bad and good. Do you think remembrance in other terms?
What about multi-perspective remembrance, Gabriel?
What about?
Multi-perspective or pluralist remembrance?
Oh, this is the problem, how we put together all this. And this is also an exercise. Yeah. Memory is a way of judgment informed by the consequences of our thinking, about the actions. This is a part.
Yeah, and this is the exercise that we as historians or also political educators here have to actually exercise every day probably, and also have to mind in our work. So thanks a lot. Pete, you may now have the last word actually already, because Gerd Weiskirchen, I'm so sorry, but we keep that for tomorrow.
Well, the spirit of Helsinki, in a few words. I think the first lesson is that politicians and diplomats should grab a chance when there is an opening. So it was not the Netherlands, but kudos to Willy Brandt and others in the SPD who saw this opening to change something. The second lesson of Helsinki, I would say, is that the Helsinki process was a huge expansion of diplomacy. Before Helsinki, there was not much contact between East European and West European diplomats, and even it expanded the budding diplomacy within the then small EU. So those are our positive lessons. A more negative point is that the spirit of Helsinki as it existed 50 years ago, in my mind, is gone, is dead. There's no such two sides that have an interest in bridging the differences. It was argued that in the early 70s there were also two competing worldviews, and it was after the Prague invasion. But Prague had about 100 victims. Now in Ukraine, we have more than 100,000 fallen Ukrainian soldiers and nearly 250,000 Russian soldiers. The traumas are so incomparably bigger that the healing will take quite a while before a new spirit of Helsinki can arise. But there's always the hope that the world will always change. Economic systems will change, the politicians will disappear, and there will also always be opportunities at the human level to create new connections, to network, and to seek change. Thank you.
One sentence, one short sentence with only one relative.
Yeah, we were asking recently our students, why do you apply to the OSCE Academy in these times? And they were actually saying this without knowing the story about Helsinki spirit, etc. But they were saying, well, it gives us opportunities. And this is not necessarily physical opportunities in terms of knowledge, understanding, identifying, let's say, human rights violations, to stay with this, identifying issues. So we give them opportunities. What they make of it, it's up to them, yeah. So yes, this is the spirit. And I think this is what we've heard the last 2 days also from those protagonists who lived through it.
Thanks a lot. I take it as a actually nice and maybe just a little bit more optimistic closing word than yours, Pete. I'm glad about that. I was already searching my mind for some more optimistic perspective. Talking about the future, I just want to make one organizational remark. Tomorrow we are not here, but in the German congregation or parish, which is in the city center, that is very close in Helsinki from here. So it's in Union Katu. If you can Google it, also in German, Evangelisch-Lutherische Gemeinde Helsinki, and then you'll find it. We start at 10 o'clock there, Katharina, is that right? And a very warm welcome to everybody tomorrow also to join us. It's a German-speaking event tomorrow. I don't know if this is a threat, but just to mention. Okay, then thanks a lot. Also to my panelists and to your interest.